in lovely Miami Lakes, where we're celebrating the 5th annual South Florida Fertility Expo, the only thing of its kind here in South Florida.
I mean, this Fertility Expo is probably one of the most important things that I've attended in my reproductive life.
So infertility is actually a very common diagnosis. 1 in 8 couples can experience infertility, so this is about 12% of the general population.
Expos like this is past due. It's needed. It was needed years ago when I had my treatment, and it's definitely needed now.
Simple reason why we did this event is because, hey, there's a lot of people out there who need help trying to get pregnant, right? Trying to get help with securing a family. Want to know all the resources and opportunities and possibilities for you to have your modern day family.
This specific event brings together many types of specialists, many different doctors with different approaches, all under one roof to cure and to help women with infertility.
It's about communicating with human beings that have been through the process and learning all sorts of different ways.
And I'm here to teach the fertility dance. The fertility dance is the human drive that requires us to reproduce ourselves. Obviously, the first drive is survival, but the second drive is fertility. And considering the fact that only 50% of women actually conceive and 50% of children die the first 5 years, fertility is a really big issue in the world.
It never hurts to try things, and life is all about trying.
So I'm a certified Yoni Steam practitioner. My business consists of natural feminine care products. I help women with any issues from BV, infertility, fibroids, endometriosis. I make sure that overall the ladies feel confident enough and healed through herbs, because I make my products natural from plants.
Now, we all think that whenever we want to get pregnant, we could just try to get pregnant and we get pregnant. So if you're trying to get pregnant and you're under the age of 35 and 6 months are going by, and more so if you're over 35, then you have to talk to somebody to make sure that your tubes are open, the uterus is normal, you have the right eggs, you have the right sperm, that you don't need any help to allow sperm and eggs to find each other and give you that baby that you're looking for.
A lot of times infertility is often not talked about. People are uncomfortable with the topic, so I believe that talking about this and bringing out more education to the public is going to help others feel more comfortable in the process and allow them for successful treatment outcomes.
And I can't tell you how many times people are like, my doctor failed me, like I had cancer, my mother died, this and that. I want to prevent having what they had.
I learned during my journey that you cannot force empathy on a doctor. If a doctor is the way they are, that's how they are. And before I got pregnant, my advice is, what I did was I basically interviewed my doctors. I did multiple consultations. I was like, you know what? This doctor is not it. They're not gonna be my doctor. I'm gonna look somewhere else. It's okay to shop around for a doctor that works for you. It's the same as therapy. You find the therapist that works with you. So same exact thing here.
My fertility journey lasted a little over 15 years. And this expo, this is the 5th annual South Florida Fertility Expo. So that in itself already leads a 10-year gap. And I feel that back when I was going through all of my issues, there wasn't really a lot of resources or tangible resources available to help women and families like myself who are going through the process, who may have additional questions outside of just leaving a doctor's office or speaking to your nurse.
So power is information. So get it sooner rather than later. These expos, they're incredibly useful. Not for us as much as for the patients, but the patients and the community is the one that has no access to this. They're Googling everything, they're on their phones, on their tablets, every single day. They're on TikTok, they're on Instagram. But when it comes down to having a baby and getting pregnant, it has to do with biology. It has to do with nature. And science will never change biology or nature. We could work with it, but we don't know what we have until we ask the question. So get help before you know you need it.
It really feels good. Myself and my team, we've been working for months to produce this event, and to know that it's been well received, not just by the community, but also hospitals and doctors and practitioners in the space, is a really, really good space, really good feeling. It It feels rewarding. And we just know that we can go from strength to strength.
My name is Dr. George Xavier Love, and I'm here at the South Florida Fertility Expo. And you should be here next year.
Hey everyone, good morning. It's a beautiful day in South Florida. I'm yours truly, Michelle McCoy, the founder of the South Florida Fertility Expo, and your host for the day, discussing relative topics as it relates to fertility and its impact on individuals and the community. I just want to mention that we've taken a different approach to the event this year by having an online event simply because we were unable to have the event last year. We had a very good reason why. And the good reason why is that I, after 20 years of trying, was able to conceive. 20 years with endometriosis and struggling with this journey. I was blessed to be able to have a child of my own. And so April last year, I was actually pregnant and I really couldn't handle the stress of producing the event and handling my high-risk pregnancy. My little one is now with her godmother for the day. And so we're going to be discussing fertility as we know it's so relevant. And so I can use myself as a good example. Even though I produced this event for the last 5 or 6 years, I never saw myself in the picture. And that's so sad to say, but I did not see myself in that picture. I was determined and very anxious and excited to help others, but I didn't see myself. And during COVID, it really hit home to me that there was more to my life than work, 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 and events, events, events. And I needed to have a little piece of me. And so I'm just very grateful that I have been able to experience this journey. And so as a result, be able to really give individuals a face-to-face, a hands-on experience reference point. And a lot of our guests here today also have had that experience. And so we're going to go into well, before we go into our first speaker, I just want to acknowledge my team. I have had these lovely ladies encourage me for the last 18 months, encouraging me to don't give up, Michelle, keep this going. We know you're tired. We've been there. We know you can't pull all the pieces together, but we've been there and we understand and we give you grace. And we allow you grace. And I just want to acknowledge them. We have the lovely Sandra Elidor from the organization Filling Empty Wounds. And Filling Empty Wounds has an event at the end of the month. We also have our lovely Marlene Dessereau. I always mess up her name, but I'm so sorry, my sister. I love you. Marlene is also with us, and she's a future doctor in the making. So she's going to be Dr. Marlene very, very soon, and I'm excited for her on that journey. And we also have the lovely Laura Segroy, and Laura Segroy represents our Hispanic department and community. She will be handling a segment today between 2 and 5 p.m. So with this link that you have, definitely share it with your Hispanic Latin community friends who would prefer to have this conversation in Spanish. We will have ladies discussing the topic in that community. And so we have so many to give, a lot of things to do today. We have a giveaway with Mira. They will be presented later on in the day, and which is a device to help you check your ovulation. And so that would be our raffle prize for the day. Again, this is an opportunity in the future for any potential sponsors, exhibitors to join us for next year's event and to keep the word and keep the conversation alive. And so, with that being said, I'd love to invite with us our very first speaker, a lovely lady who has also been a champion for the South Florida community. Her name is Dr. Camille Hammond from Cade Foundation. Now, I just want to tell you, I have not physically met Dr. Hammond, but I feel as if she's my sister, literally. The love that she shares is just undescribable. Dr. Hammond has an amazing story. I don't know if she's going to go into it herself, but if you are curious about grants and funding, definitely go to Cade Foundation. Google them. Come on, guys, Google Cade Foundation. You'll find Dr. Hammond and all the great works that she's doing. And we'll be telling you more about activities throughout the rest of the day. So we'd love to introduce Dr. Camille Hammond.
Thoughtful introduction and for the opportunity to share here at the South Florida Fertility Expo. Michelle, congratulations. Can we all just give a snap or a clap in the comments? What an amazing year you've had, and congratulations on overcoming infertility, beating infertility. And so thank you again for persevering and bringing this back. And we know that next year is going to be even bigger and better in person as well as virtual. I'm going to share my screen. Can everyone see my screen? All right. So again, my name is Dr. Camille Hammond, and I am the CEO of the Tanina Q. Cade Foundation. Really privileged to be here today to share the stage with so many esteemed experts and advocates and people committed to helping families overcome infertility. And as Michelle mentioned, this is the end of National Infertility Awareness Week 2024, or what I would like to consider the capstone, really an event to help bring everything together and hopefully give families tools that they can use for the rest of the year as they continue to navigate this fertility journey. So who am I? My name is Camille Hammond, and I am an overcomer of infertility. We'll learn a little bit about what that means. It doesn't just mean that you became a parent, because quite frankly, infertility continues to impact most of us who struggled even after we bring home children. And also, everyone does not end that journey with a child. Some people end up exiting and they choose to live child-free for their own mental health and their own reasons, but we can all become overcomers of infertility. So I had 6 rounds of IVF and ended up conceiving because my mother served as my gestational carrier, also known as surrogate. My mother was 54 at the time that she conceived my babies, and they were my husband and my embryos. She was postmenopausal, and when she served as our gestational carrier, she was one of the oldest women ever to do that, and certainly the oldest grandmother to do that. So I definitely am connected with this space very much personally and professionally. I went on to co-found the Cade Foundation, the nonprofit that I currently run, with my amazing husband, Jason, and we have been around for going on 19 years and have given out grants to 189 families of up to $10,000. And we've got another 10 or so families that we will be awarding grants to sometime over the next few weeks. I am also wife to my bestie, Dr. Jason Hammond, mom of 19-year-old triplets. And I did mention my mom was my gestational carrier. So I was going through fertility treatment back in the Stone Age, kind of pre-Kardashian, before everyone kind of appreciated the fact that this is not personal and that you haven't done anything wrong. back in my day, and I think that there's still some of that today, there was so much shame and so much guilt, and people actually said so many harsh and mean things, not understanding that infertility is medical, just like so many other medical diseases that are treatable, and that people deserve support for. I'm also an advocate for reproductive equity, maternal health justice, and women's reproductive rights. I'm a philanthropist, and my real passion in this space is educating, making sure people have good information so that they can make informed choices about their family building and their futures. So we're going to start from the basics. What is infertility? Infertility is a big word that means you have not gotten pregnant within 1 year if you are under 35 years old, 1 year of unprotected sex if you are under 35, and within 6 months of unprotected sex if you're 35 or older. It is not a word that means you have done something wrong. It is not a punishment. And it is certainly not a reason for you to feel like you are, like you to feel convicted about something that has happened in the past. It is a medical diagnosis. About 1/3 of infertility cases are male factor. That means they were caused by something related to the male partner, whether it is sperm, there may not be any sperm, they may be misshapen, they may be, sperm actually look like little fish. They have like a little tail that allows them to swim and then a little head. They may be swimming in the wrong direction. They may have two heads. There may not be enough liquid or semen around the sperm, but all those are male factors. It may be caused by a female factor, for instance, fibroids, which are Black women and women of color are at greatest risk for fibroids. And fibroids are non-cancerous tumors that grow in the uterus, and they can cause infertility as well as many other problems in reproductive health care. Other examples of female factor include endometriosis, which is a condition where the tissue that is inside your uterus that normally sheds every month during a woman's cycle starts to grow in other places. It may grow on the outside of the ovary. It may grow around the, it may grow in the belly as opposed to in the uterine cavity. But anytime you have normal endometrial cells that grow in the wrong place, it is called endometriosis. Polycystic ovary syndrome, which is a condition which causes some women to not ovulate normally. They may not have regular periods. If you are not having regular periods every month, if you may go upwards of a year sometimes and not have a period, you should definitely talk with your doctor about polycystic ovary syndrome. So I could go into more and more, but all of these are examples of female factors that cause infertility. And then the last third, so 1/3 of the cases are male factor, 1/3 are female factor, and 1/3 are either combined male and female factor, or it may be unknown. Now, just because it is unknown does not mean that there is not a cause. It just means that our technology has not caught up with biology. The same way that people who struggled with infertility in the 70s and 80s did not have the benefit of this advanced technology that we have today, which has allowed us to do a better job at figuring out what exactly has caused it. So some of those cases of unknown infertility in the future we'll have a test to figure out that this is actually the cause, and they will go from being unknown to either male, female, or combined factor. So infertility, we've talked about that. It impacts 1 in 6 globally. So if you sit around a regular dining room table, one of those people is gonna have infertility. So 1 in 6 families struggle to conceive within 12 months. And that's, again, under 35. Black women are more likely to suffer with infertility. They're less likely to conceive if they get fertility treatment. It's less likely to work. They're more likely to miscarry. They're more likely to deliver early. and they're more likely to have pregnancy-related disease. That is something to always bear in mind. Black women have the worst outcomes, and therefore we need support, and you are deserving of support. Treatment is available, and you can become a parent despite whatever the diagnosis is. You can overcome infertility. So when Michelle asked me to talk about infertility, she asked me to focus on mental health and infertility. And I want to spend a minute talking about why mental health matters. So often, when we think about infertility, we think about what is the biological cause. We think, oh, I have fibroids, or my partner does not have any sperm. And that is the only thing that needs to be considered. And I'm here to tell you that the mental health aspect of infertility does not go away even after you have addressed some of the other physical health consequences. And so it's really important to, number one, tell the truth about the impact of mental health on family building, because mental health is health, okay? Number two, support is available, so you don't have to continue to struggle alone and in silence. So I want to also address when people used to say, oh, you just need to relax and then you'll get pregnant the old-fashioned way. You just need to go off on a long weekend with your husband and do what you do and it'll work. Infertility is not caused by stress. Let's just talk about that. Let's just put that out there. It is not caused by stress, but it is a cause of stress, anxiety, for some people, PTSD, for people who perhaps have had recurrent miscarriages, and even some people who haven't ever gotten pregnant, just having a cycle every month when you put all of your time and energy into becoming pregnant, just saying that blood sometimes is a trigger for some people. It also can be connected with feelings of guilt, shame. It can impact your self-esteem, and it can certainly impact quality of life. So again, mental health is a very important part of the infertility struggle. And I want you after this to realize that supports are available and for you to consider plugging in for care so that you don't have to continue struggling alone. So let's talk about some of the supports that are available. You've got professional support. There are people who have trained professionally to assist with families with infertility. Some of them are psychiatrists, some of them are psychologists, some of them are just therapists, but these are all professionally trained people, experts that can help you talk through your feelings, talk through the things that you're experiencing, and come to a place of peace. Being at a place of peace doesn't mean that you have the outcome that you are hoping and waiting for. It's you have figured out strategies to help manage some of the mental health consequences of that diagnosis. And there are a number of organizations that provide credentialing and that also provide recommendations for people who have been specifically trained to support families with infertility. And I would just add one note here. When you're looking for a therapist, it's important to look for someone who actually specializes or has experience with families with infertility. Just like you would not go to a lawyer who dealt with someone who dealt with medical malpractice if you wanted to file a patent, because you would say, well, they don't know, they probably don't know how to file a patent. You need to make sure that your therapist actually has done some training so that they understand specifically what the needs are and what the evidence-based supports are for families with infertility. Another important tool for support is peer support. And I see we have Sandra Elidor on the call. She and her team are amazing advocates and supporters. They really pour into families and women in particular who have infertility. So support groups are available for people who have infertility. And for those of you who are thinking, well, I'm not really comfortable going out of my home. I don't necessarily want people to see me. You can actually get a support group that is online, as well as some support groups meet in person. Peer support can be a powerful tool in the arsenal to help you deal with some of the psychological outcomes of infertility. And then finally, self-care, things that you can do on your own to manage your stress, help express and understand your feelings. But I would add, as you are practicing self-care, and I think everyone should practice self-care, it's important to realize when you are at a situation where you need to tap out and you need to get other assistance, you need to get professional support. And so managing through these 3 pathways is it's a great way to get mental health support for infertility. So let's talk about why we need to tap out sometimes and why we need to pause to get care. First of all, infertility, as we talked about before, is not a woman issue. It's a family issue. And men and women are deserving of mental health support for the journey. So if you have a partner and like me, you fail to realize that both men and women need support, I want you to take 2 seconds and regroup and just let that sink in. My partner deserves the same care that I need because he is going through this the same as me. Men want babies too. Men want children too. That is not just a female desire, okay? Social media can be a dangerous place while you're going through infertility. So much of the messaging about infertility, first of all, is focused on women. And second of all, is not necessarily focused on diverse communities. You may go online and not see yourself and think, man, I must be really broken because I don't see myself reflected in most of the messaging online. And therefore, there must be something really different about me when it's not. Infertility is very common. So be careful around social media. And also it can be, you can get triggered very easily. People are constantly announcing, I'm pregnant, bump watch, things that may be hard for you to ingest on a regular basis without having some sort of reaction. So take your temperature. And if you feel like this may not be good for me, it's okay to take a pause and to go offline for a short period or for an extended period. Number 2, cultural barriers. Depending on your background, your family, there may not have been anyone who admitted they had infertility in your family. And when you go to your loved ones, they may lovingly give you advice that's incorrect. Not because they want to lead you down a wrong road, but because they just don't know. And they may say things like, we don't have infertility in our family. We're very fertile. They may say things like, you just need to pray. Are you doing it right? Do you actually know what you're doing? All of these things can be very hurtful. And some of them are really cultural. And you may be the one in your family that has to educate them, but it's hard to educate while you're going through. It's hard to advocate while you're in the midst of. So you may have to take a pause. Faith concerns. So often when we are hurting, if you're a person who is very connected with your faith community, the first place that you may choose to go for support is to your pastor, your church leaders, your imam, your rabbi, whoever you trust to provide counseling. And if that person does not understand infertility because they've not struggled with infertility, if they don't have a connection with the infertility community, they may give you bad advice like, well, you just need to sit and wait on God. Now, I'm not saying that you don't need to wait on God and that you don't need to pray, but I am saying if you are 35 years old and you've been waiting on God for 10 years, okay, you need to act on your faith because faith without works is dead. But you don't need to feel like because I am, for some people, it becomes a faith issue. I have infertility, maybe God is mad at me. Maybe I'm being punished because of something that I did not do or something that he wants me to do. And no one raises those faith concerns when it comes to impotence. No man ever said, God must be mad at me, so that's why I have to take a little blue pill. No, he gets that pill prescription filled and he goes to the pharmacy and keeps it pushing. Okay. So don't start to make don't start to kind of over spiritualize this. This is a medical condition. It no more or less. Again, lack of understanding with family and friends. If your friend group don't understand it, they may do things and unknowingly put additional stress on you. I remember when my husband and I were struggling with infertility, when we shared with a few friends, they thought that the way to support us was to make us godparents of their children. And even though I love them and, I felt very honored that they chose me to be a godmother, it was very hard because I didn't want their child. I wanted my own child, so to feel like I was kind of getting this consolation prize, it felt almost like salt being poured on a wound. And they didn't do it out of any kind of malice. They did it because they loved us. But sometimes people just don't know. Other concerns include financial concerns. Sometimes, you may not have the money to afford care. 19 states currently have a mandate requiring insurance companies to pay for some of the workup and or treatment of infertility. But let's say you don't have a job where you have benefits, or let's say you live in a place where there is no mandate. There may be a significant out-of-pocket requirement for fertility coverage, for fertility workup and or treatment, and even mental health. Many places, mental health services are not covered by insurance. And so you may have to pay out of pocket, and that can be quite cost prohibitive. And then the last barrier justifying why you need to plug in for care, in my mind, is job related. You may work at a place where, for instance, you are exposed to things that may trigger you. I had a family friend at one point who was struggling tremendously mentally because of infertility, but this person was an educator. They were with young children every single day. And it was to the point where they almost got to a point where they felt like they were losing their mind because they loved their children that they worked with, but they also wanted a child so badly. And mental health was a place where they were able to help navigate that. And they didn't have to continue to struggle alone. So I'd like to just give you some places where you can go to tap in for some of these care, for some of these resources that I've mentioned. So I mentioned professional care. The American Society for Reproductive Medicine is the largest fertility group in the world. And you can go to their website, you go onto the patient education section and look up the mental health professionals group to get information about people who have been trained in infertility counseling and in infertility care. And you may end up needing medication for some of the psychological sequela. And that's okay. If you need to take medication to help you navigate and struggle through, don't be ashamed of that. But ASR Mental Health Professionals Group is a place where you can find therapists and psychiatrists and psychologists who can help you. Psychology Today is another great resource. I'm not sure about their vetting process, but I do know that you can do a search for therapists that you feel connected with. You should certainly include infertility in your search terms. But if you are looking for instance, a faith-based counselor, you can also type in whatever your religion is. So you could get someone if you're looking for a counselor of color, or I know that Laura Scroy is on, she's a Spanish speaker. If you're looking for someone who speaks another language, you can include all those in your search terms so that you can find a counselor or a therapist who you feel connected with, because that's very, very important. You've got to find the right fit in order for this to be successful. I mentioned support groups. I mentioned we have amazing resource connected with this event. Filling Empty Wounds, Sandra Elidor, she's a part of this event, and I'm so grateful to see her here. Resolve, the National Infertility Association, has a directory of support groups, patient support groups. Some are led by professionals and some are peer-led. Some meet online, some meet in person. Some are free. There's a cost for some, but that is another great place to start as you're looking for a resource. Fertility for Colored Girls and the Broken Brown Egg are also two great organizations started by Black women in the U.S. that focus on providing support and care for women of color. Although they are not exclusionary, but they do provide excellent resources and tools for women of color struggling with infertility. There are also a number of great groups on Facebook, and that's all free. You could tap in, you could just sit there and observe and watch some of the posts, or you could engage and share about what's going on with you. But Facebook does have a number of great groups that focus on infertility. And then also talking with your doctor, your OBGYN the clinic may be connected with a group or a number of groups that offer in-person or virtual care. So peer support groups are abundant, and there's a very low cost to get connected. Many of them are free, and they definitely make a huge difference. And then self-care. We talked a little bit about how self-care is important, regardless to whether you get connected with a professional or with kind of a peer support groups. So social media breaks can be a really effective tool in helping manage some of the psychological sequelae of infertility, but also staying connected with friends. I know for me, when I was struggling, I felt sometimes like people didn't understand, and I just didn't want to go out. If they were going to a place that I thought, I didn't need to be because they may be drinking and I didn't want to drink, or, they may be doing things, and I would just decline. I declined all the invitations. And after you decline long enough, people stop asking you, and then you start to feel even more isolated. So talk to your friends, share with them about what you can do, and ask them to not leave you out, but to find things that are going to be enjoyable for you and for them. Schedule time either with yourself or with your partner that is not focused on fertility. When you are struggling with infertility and that becomes the most important thing that you are struggling through, sex, for instance, can become very not fun. It can become very institutional. Yes, we're doing this for the cause, and it can get to the point where, you don't really want to do it anymore, and your partner feels like it's an obligation instead of an invitation. And so I would definitely encourage you to schedule time, even if that time is just, we're going to go sit, we're going to go have dinner, but we're not going to talk about fertility. We're not going to bring up anything fertility related. I'm not going to think about what I have to eat or what I can or cannot drink because of this fertility. We're just going to have unscheduled quality time to re-engage and to stay connected. Diet and exercise are very important. And, so I know that some of you may have heard about the connection between some people who've been taking some of these rapid weight loss drugs and getting pregnant. They call them Ozempic babies. There is a strong connection between weight and fertility. Within a certain range, it is much easier to conceive. If you are higher, if you are heavier than that range, or if you are thinner than that range, it can become difficult for both of those groups. But within that sweet spot range, it definitely is a lot easier to conceive. So, it would be helpful knowing what the goal is for you. And if you talk to your doctor, they can help you figure that out, or a registered nutritionist, a dietitian, someone who's focused on supporting families with infertility. Diet and exercise can be effective tools, and those are things that you can manage on your own. Something else that I think was helpful for me and that has been helpful for others is creating a gratitude journal. Now, this doesn't have to be something that you spend a lot of money on. You can go get just a $1, $2 notebook from your local store. But every day when you wake up, before you put your feet on the ground, write down at least one thing that you're grateful for. When the world looks like it's against you and everything is not going your way, make time to write one thing that you're grateful for. That one thing may be waking up in my right mind. I can breathe freely. Don't get too detailed. Don't get too down on yourself to find something to be grateful for that changes the world. Just one small thing. What you will find is over time, that one thing becomes 3 things, becomes a whole page of things, because you're looking at what's going well instead of just focusing on what is not happening the way that you want them. So I love gratitude journals, and I encourage everyone, regardless of whether you're walking down this infertility journey, to get a notebook and start a gratitude journal. And when you feel yourself spiraling and going down a hole of negative thoughts and emotions, and reflect back on that gratitude journal and start to journal again. And then the last thing I want to mention is community events focused on the TTC community. So often we go out and we go to places and we feel like I'm the only one, even though I know it impacts 1 in 6. I don't see anybody else that they don't have infertility tattooed on their forehead. So it feels like I'm the only person who's struggling, even though you may be in a room full of people who are struggling. So when there are community activities that really are making a call, come on out. If you're dealing with infertility, join us. This is going to be a day where we gather to support one another, to get information. Try and join those programs, because then you can see physically, I am not alone. I am part of a much larger community. And it can help you feel like, there's nothing wrong with you, because I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with you. Infertility is a part of the human condition, is part of the animal condition, but you can get support. And I'm going to share a little bit about a community event coming up in June that everyone can join, if Michelle says it's okay for me to share about that. Okay, great. So in conclusion, infertility is common, 1 in 6, and you're not alone. And mental health is health. Mental health is very much a part of the infertility struggle. And I encourage you to plug in for care, to tap in for care, and get the support that you need to overcome this. Thank you. And since Michelle said it's okay, I'm going to give a very brief shameless plug. We're having the Race for the Family on June 15th. It is going to be in Maryland, but we do have virtual attendees that tap in all over the world. They do their 5K or their 1 mile or their 12-mile bike ride from wherever they are. We send them out the swag, and then, they're in the pictures, and we really do this to show everyone that we are a large community, and we are mighty. We are strong when we work together. And we're also going to be giving out a $10,000 raffle for treatment at Shady Grove to one of the registrants for that event. So raceforthefamily.com. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Camille Hammond, for that wonderful and very, very thoughtful presentation about mental health and its connection to infertility. As she mentioned, there are many ways that individuals are impacted, but it's also important to talk and think about solutions and resolutions to help those that are struggling with this journey. And so, as she said, she's with Kate Foundation. If anyone has additional questions, feel free to reach out to her organization. She's very approachable. She's on IG. She's always doing something on IG. So just reach out to her and find her. She's a great resource. So next, we're going to go into our next speaker. Lovely and very, very interesting lady. Dr. Taz is going to be presenting next. So please stay tuned for conversations about infertility and its impact on the Caribbean diaspora. You know, we are in South Florida, a lot of Caribbean people here.
Good morning. It is such a pleasure and a delight of mine to be joining you all here for the sixth, I mean, and that's a milestone. That's a huge milestone. So I want to acknowledge that. The sixth annual South Florida Expo, Fertility Expo. Well, I can share with you that I was thoroughly enjoying the presentation that Dr. Hammond brought just a few moments ago. The Kate Foundation was one of the organizations when I first came onto social media that I saw that I was thoroughly impressed by and encouraged by the information that they were sharing. So Dr. Hammond, thank you so much for the work that you and your community are bringing. This is an area that most of like was mentioned, we are a South Florida Expo, and this is an area where we are, I think, a good mix of different cultures. Now, I'll tell you all, if you are off camera, that's good, but I am very interactive when it comes to presentations. So I'm going to be asking you all to engage in the chat box. And so the first thing I'm going to ask is, I'll start first. I'm originally from the Bahamas. So while some folks would be like, where you live? You live in Florida? Like where? Yeah, I's an island girl, as we would say. Okay. And I want to know, where is everybody from? Like, where is Jamaica in the house? I know Jamaica's everywhere, right? So let's hear from Jamaica. Where's Trinidad? Is Trinidad here? Is Haiti here? I see Dominica is here. Bermuda is here. Okay. All right. We also have, who else? I miss anybody? Do we have Puerto Rico? Anybody else from the Bahamas? Anybody Bahamian people out there, as we would say? Well, wherever you are from, I want to welcome you to the information that I'm going to be sharing about, which, I mean, regardless of the island that we are representing or where we're from, we share a lot of commonalities as it relates to some of the challenges we face. And as was shared earlier, the statistics tell us, according to the World Health Organization, when it comes to infertility, we're talking about 1 in 6. So today, what I'm going to be diving a little bit into, and some of it may be a little repetitive, some things you may have heard before, some may be new, but some of the myths. All right, I'm going to dive into at least 3 of the myths that I think are commonplace within our Caribbean community. And then I'm going to talk about some of the challenges that we face. I'm going to identify several challenges, and then I'm going to follow that up with several strategies that I recommend. And the reason why I'm doing that when it comes to the strategies, I'm a faith-based person. I am the founder of Fertility Empowerment International, which is a faith-based nonprofit, and it's fairly new. I am, again, so encouraged and inspired by the work by many of the individuals here. But this organization, we focus on faith-based with a mission to build hope, break the silence, which is so prevalent, especially in the Caribbean community, and also to bring empowerment to that community. Most recently, my organization hosted a global fertility empowerment conference in the Bahamas earlier this month, and that brought individuals from several places and was inaugural. It's groundbreaking, right? There's always more people you would want in the room, but I can share with you those that were in the room were definitely impacted in a tremendous way. And I look forward to seeing more of you join us next year when we host this particular function. So let's dive into talking about some of the myths that we see in the Caribbean community, right? And I can share with you, coming from the Bahamas, growing up, when it came to infertility, it's a conversation that I never, ever heard about. Like, when I say never, is there anybody here who can repeat never? Before they actually encounter it, like, did you hear anybody in your family or in your church or in your civic organizations in your community? I'm seeing no. Like, I mean, literally, when I say never, I mean zero, zip, nada, not even once. And for me personally, even after being diagnosed, even after having the challenges that I had, even after having my kids and I'm seeing their silence, no, never, no. Can I share with you that prior to actually even coming out with my book, right? Came out with a book just about 2 years ago. Prior to coming out with this book, I could not even say the word infertility. Like, it never even came from my lips. And it was even after publishing my book that I was on a stage where I said I was diagnosed with infertility. And even in that moment, it's like a reckoning moment for me where I actually publicly used that word as something that I was diagnosed with, that it, in that moment, empowered me even further. And so while it is something that we never talk about and in our communities is so silent, one of the things I think, and it was mentioned earlier, many think that it's an issue that's just a woman's problem, right? That's one of the first myths that I want to dive into, where that's a woman issue. And we know in the Caribbean community, a lot of our men are macho and like, it can't be my boys that are creating any trouble for me, right? And when it comes to that conversation, again, we all here said never, but it's even when it comes to men going to the doctor in the Caribbean community, that's like, what I gotta go to the doctor for? Like, what you think wrong with me, right? And it's a myth when the perception is that it's solely a woman's problem. And contrary to this myth, approximately 40% of infertility cases are attributed to male factors, 40% to female, and 20% is a combination, according to the American Society of Reproductive Medicine. So understanding that fertility issues can affect both partners, it's crucial for us in our communities to have open communications and mutual support. Now, let's talk about myth number 2. Fertility issues, especially for us Christians, right? Those of us who are faith-based, this gotta be a punishment from the Lord for something that we did, right? And I'll share with you, even after coming to terms with the fact that I needed assistance to have fertility treatment, that was something I felt like I was maybe, putting God's hand ahead of what I'm needing to happen? Like was said earlier, like, why can't we just wait on God? God can do anything. I can share with you the first time the doctor told me that I would need to consider IVF. Here's my posture, and I talk about this in the book. The devil is a liar. He can't be talking about me. There's no way I'm one of those people that's going to need IVF. Like, who do you think this is? And for a very long time, I struggled with that. But can I share with you that just how we normalize medical care and medical treatment for cancer, where there's chemotherapy, For broken limbs, where people go to the orthopedic doctor, where we have other health conditions that we need to also normalize the conversation around fertility treatment being an option for those that are struggling to conceive their families. And in doing so, we don't go around saying somebody that may have been diagnosed with cancer being punished by God, or somebody that may have had a brain injury that they are being punished by God. In like manner, it's not appropriate for us really to take on that perception, that myth, that the ability, the inability, or the challenges that are involved regarding having a child is punishment from God. Because I can tell you, the God who I serve, he's all loving. But because of the perceptions and the conversations we have grown up around, especially in our communities, that perception, I can see why it's so prevalent. But it's a myth. It's a myth. And I'd like to challenge those that may have that perception as viewing infertility as a punishment to reframe it as it could be a test of faith. And it's also an opportunity for personal growth and resilience. But it's not a punishment. It's not a punishment. When it comes to myth number 3, natural remedies can cure all fertility problems. Anybody here grew up on taking something where they went in the back of their yard, and every time they were sick, I'm like, okay, go and pull a piece of that branch and let's drink that. Anybody here grew up doing that? Anybody? What's some of and I need you to put in the chat, what are some things that you took when you were sick as a kid, or your grandparents made you say, we need to go and get some of that? I see herbs. I see let's make a tea. Anybody else? Cersei. Anybody grew up on Cersei? Cersei. How I know that was going to be the first one? Like, you got a cough? Girl, go get some Cersei. What? You sniffling? Get some Cersei. Cod liver oil. Listen. So I'll put a plug in because my mom is visiting from the Bahamas, and the kids, how little sniffles. I mean, they go to school in a petri dish. And when last did you give the kids any cod liver oil, baby? And I'm like, oh. The cod liver oil is in my cupboard, and we'll make sure castor oil, I hear, is here. All of these natural remedies. And can I tell you, they do have a place. They have a place, but they are not a cure-all. They don't cure all fertility problems. And so that's a myth. While lifestyle changes and alternative therapies may improve fertility outcomes, trust me, they do. There are many that do. For some individuals, it's essential to acknowledge that the success rate of natural remedies vary. They vary. And in some cases, there are underlying medical conditions of severe fertility issues where medical intervention is necessary. And so I wanted to make sure we got that myth on the record and tell, Auntie Karen, Auntie Karen, yes, I know the aloe, does help to take care of my skin, but this ain't that issue. All right. Now let's address the challenges we must overcome as community. When it comes to the first challenge, and I'll confess, in fact, that's why my book is titled The Secrets, The Secrets of Faith in Fertility. Stigma and silence. Stigma and silence. Studies indicate that nearly 6% of individuals experiencing infertility feel ashamed and embarrassed. And that's from the Journal of Human Reproductive Sciences. Breaking the silence and fostering open and supportive conversations about fertility within our community can help. It does help to combat the stigma and create a safe place and a space and place for individuals to seek guidance and support. For me, it's sometimes jarring when I reflect on it. But even after having my kids, nobody knew that infertility was a part of my life story. To this day, my mother, I think, holds it a little bit against me that I was not as open with her about my infertility challenges. I'll share with you, after my first pregnancy loss, and the doctors recommended that I have myomectomy surgery. And my mom, anything I'm doing, anything medical related, she's always, like, what do you need? When do I need to be there? And she didn't know that I had IVF with my first pregnancy. She didn't know the challenges that I had before. And my doctor, who was going to be performing the surgery, I thought to myself, oh my goodness, you know what? I may be under, and he may say something that may have her asking, like, what's that? And I started to struggle with, okay, well, I don't want her to find out like that. Like, and then, what if something was to happen while I'm in surgery? Like, and then she's finding out things after the fact, right? So it was literally just before I was going into surgery, I said, and I did it very vague, still not clear at all, but I was like, oh, mommy, we had to get some help to have the last kids, so this is a doctor who's going to be doing the surgery, to address the fibroids, period. And I don't think it really sunk in, but I planted this little seed. So if it came up, it wouldn't be like a total blindside. But it wasn't until I wrote my book when I literally broke my silence. And my mom, a cousin of mine, a close work colleague, and I think one other individual, I knew that I needed to be intentional about speaking with them before, and my best friend, that I needed to be intentional about breaking my silence with them just before my book came out. And literally, with some of them, it was the weekend before I posted it on social media. In our communities, secrecy and shame truly keeps us in bondage. And it's important for us to overcome that particular challenge. Now, when it comes to access to healthcare, I think it was talked about a little bit earlier. This is a challenge for our community. You see, disparities in access to fertility care exist worldwide, with approximately 50% of couples in low-income countries unable to access basic fertility treatments. And that's according to the World Bank. Addressing disparities in access to fertility services and advocating for affordable, culturally sensitive care can help ensure that all individuals have equitable access to the support they need. Right now in the Caribbean, there are 2 countries that I'm aware of that provides full fertility treatment. One that's prominently known, Barbados Fertility Clinic, and then in Trinidad, there's also a fertility clinic, both that does everything leading up to IVF. However, even still, there are many individuals in those countries and from those countries who the access, because of cost, makes it prohibitive. And that's a challenge. When it comes to cultural expectations, can I tell you that's a challenge too? You see, cultural norms and societal pressures regarding family planning can significantly impact individuals and couples facing fertility challenges. Is there anybody here who has been told, hey, y'all don't take too long. You know what happens when you turn 30? You're going to don't let the eggs dry up. You don't think that husband wants a child? Your grandparents want socks to put? Any other expressions anybody else uses? Any other expressions like you've heard in your culture when it comes to family planning? Like, or only take 1 year to have fun and then, make sure bring that baby to the family. Every time I would visit my relatives, the expression would be, when y'all gonna bring something in the hand basket? Like, I would hear that almost every trip. When are you gonna bring something in the hand basket? And so the expectations around family planning can be very intense in our culture. So I want to give you guys now some strategies. And being one that leads a faith-based nonprofit, I want to share that we turn our faith to our faith for guidance and hope. And that's what the strategies I'm going to share are going to be based on. This may sound cliche, and trust me, even when I heard it initially, I sometimes used to balk at it because it's not usually something you may want to hear. But having been married 1, 2, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 9 years, 10, 11 years before having our first live birth and being able to hold our miracle. There's just something about God's timing. You see in Ecclesiastes 3, verse 11, it reminds us that God makes everything beautiful in his time. And embracing that truth truly has provided comfort and reassurance for many of the individuals that I've been coaching when they're able to see and or read what my waiting periods look like. Strategy number 2, leaning on community for support. And we have so many amazing communities. Several that Dr. Hammond mentioned just a while ago, the Kate Foundation, Waiting Wombs, Filling Empty Wombs by Sandra and her team, and others that were listed earlier. You see, Proverbs 27, verse 17 tells us that iron sharpens iron. And it highlights the importance of community support and fellowship during challenging times. So seeking guidance and encouragement and prayer from fellow believers can provide strength and solidarity on the fertility journey. Now, when it comes to strategy number 3, talking about embracing resilience and surrendering. So in Philippians 4, verse 6 through 7, it encourages us to present our request to God with thanksgiving. On this journey, I remember clearly when I was given spiritual instruction that I almost had to question, is that God? Because he can't be talking to me about this. It was after my second pregnancy loss. And that was a season where I literally felt forgotten by God. And that's a chapter in my book as well. I talk about, like, God, did you forget me? Like, did you forget me? Here it is. I consider myself to be doing all the right things, taking the path that, is supposed to be taken, turns going to school, then getting married, and then now, like, the family, like, hello. Like, isn't that the sequence we've been taught and trained all these years that we're supposed to take in? Nothing's happened. But it took complete surrendering to this crazy assignment of faith to go and buy baby blankets that added to the resiliency on my journey. And it helped to build the peace in guarding my heart and my mind in knowing that, as he had promised me, someday I would be able to fill that blanket. And so embrace resilience and surrender. Embrace resilience and surrender in giving your requests. And he has more than 1 million ways to fill that request, of which we don't even know the first one. Sometimes that surrender may mean taking a break. Dr. Hammond spoke to that a few moments ago. And I'll tell you, sometimes when I coach clients and I make that recommendation, depending on what their journey is like, it's one of the most uncomfortable things to consider doing. And I know, because when my husband was like, okay, we're going to take a break now. I'm like, dude, do you know how old I am? Like, take a break where? The clock is ticking, bro. And he's like, we're coming up on our 10th wedding anniversary. We need to take a break. Let's go somewhere. Let's just enjoy, let's not talk about baby for a while. Let's take a break. And can I tell you, as painful as it was to acknowledge that he was right, first of all, and then to also go ahead and just release and surrender in that season, it was absolutely one of the best things that we could have done for our marriage and my reproductive health. We've done the surgery with the fibroids, endometritis, like scar tissue, like all the things, like we needed a break and we took it. So embrace resilience and surrender is the last strategy that I would like to leave with you. And so with courage and compassion and unwavering faith, it is my hope and my prayer that we are able to find faith and strength in unity and hope in the promises of tomorrow within our Caribbean community. Blessings to each one of you. If you'd like more information on the nonprofit Fertility Empowerment International, you're welcome to follow us on social media at Fertility Empower, or you can also find more information through my Facebook and Instagram pages at Dr. Taz, and that's Doctor spelled all the way out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taz, for that very informational presentation and insight to the Caribbean diaspora. As a child of the Caribbean, my parents are Jamaican. I was born in England, if you didn't know by the accent. Yeah, I'm British. One of the things that I recognize and observed is that in the Caribbean, there are a lot of individuals who do suffer in silence. But also there's a question that would come to my mind quite a lot in regards to the social economic access to infertility treatment and services. As we know, this journey is quite expensive. And if one is not generating revenue that can take care of it, how does an individual really deal with that, especially living in the Caribbean with Caribbean wages, etc.? And so I guess that's a conversation for a later time, because we do want to keep on schedule with our of additional speakers. But in the back of your mind, just think about those women in the Caribbean or men who do need services but can't afford it. And as a result, make the other decisions. And it's perfectly fine if one makes other alternative decisions. Adoption and foster care are avenues that I personally support. But just bear in mind that, if some of us were living in the Caribbean, living on Caribbean wages, it may be very difficult for us to even think about this journey that we've been able to embark upon. And so with that, it's just food for thought. Just again, always live in a space of gratitude if you are able to pursue this dream of yours, because there's many who are not able to do that. And so we want to stay on schedule. I know we've kind of run over our original timeline, but that's perfectly fine. We're just going to ask everyone to stay within that 30-minute window that they've been given to speak. And thank you again, Dr. Taz, for joining us all the way from the Bahamas, I believe you're in right now. So next speaker will be a panel discussion with lovely Joycelyn and Angela. And so Joycelyn is actually was my coach, and has now become a friend and godmother to my little baby. And so she, alongside the lovely Angela Tishy, from Integrated Fertility Institute, will be talking about the power of fertility coaching. So please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Here in lovely Miami Lakes, where we're celebrating the 5th annual South Florida Fertility Expo, the only thing of its kind here in South Florida.
I mean, this Fertility Expo is probably one of the most important things that I've attended in my reproductive life.
So infertility is actually a very common diagnosis. 1 in 8 couples can experience infertility, so this is about 12% of the general population.
Expos like this is past due. It's needed. It was needed years ago when I had my treatment, and it's definitely needed now.
Simple reason why we did this event is because, hey, there's a lot of people out there who need help trying to get pregnant, right? Trying to get help with securing a family. Want to know all the resources and opportunities and possibilities for you to have your modern day family.
This specific event brings together many types of specialists, many different doctors with different approaches, all under one roof to cure and to help women with infertility.
It's about communicating with human beings that have been through the process and learning all sorts of different ways.
And I'm here to teach the fertility dance. The fertility dance is the human drive that requires us to reproduce ourselves. Obviously, the first drive is survival, but the second drive is fertility. And considering the fact that only 50% of women actually conceive and 50% of children die the first 5 years, fertility is a really big issue in the world.
It never hurts to try things. In life, it's all about trying.
So I'm a certified yoni steam practitioner. My business consists of natural feminine care products. I help women with any issues from BV, infertility, fibroids, endometriosis. I make sure that overall the ladies feel confident enough and healed through herbs, because I make my products natural from plants.
Now, we all think
I can hear you just fine.
Okay, great, wonderful. So you're our only panel conversation, and so I thought it was interesting that the two of you would be able to at least give a presentation and speak to the power of coaching. Angela, I know you had a short presentation. Did you still want to present that?
Yeah, we can talk a little bit about that. It's kind of a fun little thing that I've been working on over the past couple of years. My background is as an acupuncturist. I'm a doctor of acupuncture and Chinese medicine and been practicing for 24 years. And during that time, I really realized how important it was for people to have healthy rhythms and rituals in their lives to really enhance what I was doing in the clinic. And having the time to be able to do that in the clinic and teach people how to do that was virtually impossible. So this is where I really got into providing more coaching services and helping to train practitioners and other people to do coaching because of how effective it was in really shifting people from the telling everybody what to do and really trying to get them to adhere to these really complex treatment regimens to helping them at home. Here's how you can be supported outside of the clinic. So yeah, I'd love to share a little bit about that. I think we got a little background noise there, but
yes, we did. But I think we're good now.
Yeah,
so yeah,
totally.
Indeed. I haven't gone through this journey myself. I understand the power of fertility coaching. And so I'll give you some moments right now to just give your presentation really quick, and then we'll bring both you and Joycelyn together, and I'll ask you ladies some questions.
Sounds great. Perfect. So I'm just going to share my screen real quick here, and we'll just make this short and sweet. I just have a couple things that I want to share with you guys. So like I said, so my background is an acupuncturist and Chinese medicine practitioner. I'm also a health coach and life coach. And I like to call myself a healer because I think at the end of the day, that's really what I'm doing is helping people heal internally, externally, and kind of all aspects of their of life. So I created this kind of healing infertility. And really, it's about the journey, right? Because we definitely want to make sure that we are not just giving up our entire lives to get pregnant, but to really learn how to have a good balance by incorporating these rhythms and rituals for the soul. We want to make sure that we're not giving up everything. I used to spend a lot of time in the clinic making sure that people were eating just the right things, taking the right supplements, really having a strict guideline on what was required. And I realized very quickly that that's really hard for people. And it's also completely unnecessary to have such a strict way of doing things. We need flexibility, especially in this time and in this place where we can have a kind of what I like to call an environment that is a fertile environment that will help us towards that conception goal, but also to help have balance in our lives. So let me see if I can go to the next slide. So the research is really interesting. There is good research that says that the mind-body is connected, and there's a strong correlation in the context of fertility. Stress, anxiety, and depression can really negatively impact fertility outcomes, while relaxation and positive thinking can improve them. Now, we'd all love to think that just positive thinking would work, but that's not always the case. So, but we do have good research that says that it does help, so it's good to stay positive and not, it's good to feel all your feelings, but at the same time, it's good to also, have a positive outlook. And I believe that anyone who wants to have a family and create a family can do so. There's many paths that lead to the same goal. There's a lot of research as well as nutrition and fertility. So nutrition does play an important role in fertility outcomes. A diet rich in the rainbow colors is always good, is what I like to tell people. And while highly processed foods and saturated fats can decrease fertility and cause problems. So movement and fertility, we don't want to forget to move our bodies. Movement-based exercises such as yoga, Pilates can improve fertility outcomes by not just reducing stress, but improving blood flow to the reproductive organs and regulating hormone levels. Just like acupuncture and massage, those sort of things are great to incorporate as well. The spirituality and fertility, cultivating spiritual practices such as prayer and meditation can reduce stress and anxiety and improve fertility outcomes. And also fertility massage and reflexology can improve fertility outcomes by reducing stress, increasing blood flow, and balancing hormone levels. So, we're not doing all of these things for nothing. But again, like I said, it can be really challenging. Like I said, in the clinic, I would see so many people struggle with just incorporating daily movement into their lives and having to tell people, hey, they already know, 90% of people know that they should be moving. They should be eating healthy. They know these things. That's not something that we need to keep telling people and blaming them for not doing them. So that's where the coaching and having that sort of person that you can count on to help you move through what's stopping you from moving, what's stopping you from actually implementing the change that you're wanting to make in your lives. And we know that practice over time, it's about the practice. It's not really about, the end goal per se, but the practice is super important because that's what helps us long term. And that's what's going to actually make physiological changes in your body, is to not just eat healthy one day a week, but eat healthier over time. So incorporating daily food rituals, daily prep, how do you prep? Is that a ritual that you have every week? So I really like to look at it in the context of these rhythms and rituals in your life. So it's more of a long-term strategy. So because this is such a challenge, I created a course that's not quite out yet. So you guys are getting a sneak preview of this course. I didn't really plan on launching this right away, but I really feel like, because of my passion for these rhythms and rituals and how I really strongly believe that people need to start addressing more comprehensively the infertility problem, So this course is really designed to connect the mind, the body, and the soul in the context of infertility. So it's really designed, like I said, it's give you a comprehensive understanding of the connection between the mind and the body and the soul in the context of the infertility. Through these therapeutic rhythms and rituals, what you'll learn is to really tend to your physical, emotional, and spiritual needs to promote the healing and increase the chances of conception. We have this time period typically before people go through IVF or go through medical interventions that is a beautiful time to start doing things that can prepare your body, because no matter what, it will increase your chances of getting pregnant if you make the changes at least 3 months before you actually go through a medical intervention. And I can't emphasize this enough. If you could save $30,000 on IVF, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you try? It's only going to increase your chances if you do end up having to go through IVF or do have some other medical interventions. You're really going to increase your chances overall. So basically, the structure, is the 3-month structure. We like to kind of, again, it takes time to make change. They actually have done some research about how long it actually takes. And it usually takes about 60 days for people to actually implement changes. So I kind of look at it as like you learn about the changes, you start implementing them, 1 or 2 at a time, and then you practice it. Because again, the practice of the implementation of the change is what's really important. We want to definitely make sure that those rhythms and rituals that you create are long lasting. So there's group activities, discussions, individual exercises, because again, I'm a firm believer in, take it home. and do it so that you can practice it daily. And learning just how the mind-body connection, how it works, how to really find the underlying causes of what's stopping you from implementing change. We learn about therapeutic rhythms and rituals, the mind-body connection, nutrition and fertility, movement and fertility, spirituality and fertility, the power of creativity. Obviously, we are creating tiny humans. The relationship dynamics. I know a lot of people who, throughout their fertility journey, have struggled with relationships with their partners, their family. This can be really challenging and cause a lot of the dynamics to, where do you go when you have these challenges? Who do you talk to? And how do you learn how to relate better to each other and to yourself? Mindfulness and stress reduction, fertility massage and reflexology. You learn about acupuncture and fertility and acupressure. You learn about herbal medicine and fertility. And the end is always integration and reflection. And then one thing that I wanted to do as an extra bonus is really talk about generational trauma. A lot of people have been in really challenging situations, and reflecting back on how you were raised, how your parents were raised, how your grandparents were raised. We are a part of that. And if we don't address those things, we're going to carry those things on into the next generation. So I'm a firm believer in do the work so that you're a transitional character in your story. Comes with a handbook and session outlines, exercises, and resources. You get a fertility-friendly recipe book, yoga mat and strap, fertility altar supplies, a consciously conceiving app, and creative supplies for a fertility vision board. So the results. We really wanted people to stop Googling and start doing. People that suffer from infertility oftentimes spend enormous amounts of time on Dr. Google trying to figure out what's wrong with them. And instead of trying to figure out what's wrong with them, get into action and start doing, because at the end of the day, what you're doing daily is what's going to affect everything. So I'm going to help you remove not only the struggle, but the guesswork from the fertility journey, learn a holistic approach to fertility, cultivate those healthy rhythms and rituals that support your physical, emotional, and spiritual health, heal those generational wounds, and increase chances of conception and promote overall well-being. And that's it. Thank you, guys. If I can stop my share here. Yeah, and I'll pop in a little, I have a functionally fertile checklist for you guys. So I'm going to pop that into the chat if you want to grab that. If you're interested in checking out the program, since it's in its beta form, there isn't an official, website or anything, but what you can do is you can go on to the Integrative Fertility Institute and sign up for the free workshop there, and they'll be launching it soon. So yeah, of course.
Joyson is going to come next, but I have a question for you in regards to, and I actually wanted to ask both of you, but I'll ask you right now, what does it take for someone to become a coach? One of the things I've observed is that, again, I've met lots of coaches, but I question what qualifies them to be a coach. Just because you've gone through a fertility journey, does that automatically qualify you to become a coach? And so those are the questions that I asked within myself. And so I'm asking you, what does it take? What are the characteristics that one should really have to be a good fertility coach? Not a life coach, but a fertility coach.
Yeah. Fertility specific coaching, it's great if you do have a background in some sort of fertility issues yourself. That's a great place to start. But you don't have to. The biggest thing to become a really great fertility coach is obviously get specific fertility coach training, which is something that I provide for people. But what we look for is people who are good listeners, people who are willing to take a little bit of a back seat and help whoever they're working with coaching them effectively requires a little bit of a backseat driver, right? You want the person to be empowered to make the changes that they want to make. So what I consider a really good fertility coach is good listener, able to take and assimilate information and reflect back to the client to help them understand themselves better. Someone who really can take themselves out of the equation, because at the end of the day, people are smart. Our bodies are very smart. Most of the people that I work with, they have already done so much work figuring out what is wrong with them. We have to kind of shift that. So really being able to learn the techniques. One of the things that we do is help people kind of dive into what's holding them back from making change in their lives and in their physiology. So, helping them do that. Helpers, people who are natural born helpers who want to help and have a bigger mission in mind than just helping a small group. They want to help more people. So a lot of practitioners come to me to learn fertility coaching because they want to deepen their practice. They want to add another modality into their practice that can help people dive deeper into what's really going on inside them. So yeah, I would say those are the best qualities, I would say.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah.
I wonder if our lovely Joycelyn is now ready. Joycelyn, where are you?
Darling, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You
There
see
you
me?
go.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. That was a beautiful presentation. And Angela, you and I are kindred spirits.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, Michelle, do I have permission to share my screen?
You've got permission. You've got permission.
Awesome. Kind of gonna leave the whole gonna Googleize it for a little bit just for ease. My name's Jocelyn Gordon, and I'm a conscious conception coach. I actually identify as a fertility and preconception coach, and it is my heart's deepest desire, as well as God-inspired gift, to support making motherhood dreams come true. Beyond that, I also can see birth and pregnancy, parenthood, and motherhood as ecological and spiritual paths. So with that, if I could even just illuminate maybe on what Angela shared earlier, I heard her mention one of my favorite words, or two words, conscious conception. I wanted to just illuminate what that means holistically: preconception preparation, conscious conception, and this ecological perspective of pregnancy, birth, motherhood, and even conception. Before I do that, I will share a little bit about me. I've had the blessing and honor to receive the invitation to be Michelle's fertility coach. What a delightful journey with Michelle. And yes, I am now an honorable auntie, and I can't wait to meet this sweet little girl. I am the mother of two young queens, one 23 and one who is 8. I myself just rotated around the sun and celebrated my 50th birthday. My second baby was conceived at just a few days short of my 41st birthday. And although I did not experience a fertility challenge, I can say that prior to her birth, given the big gap, there was a big gap, right? There's 23, 8. There is a gap there between those births. And in that gap, I had the opportunity to combine my knowledge as a massage, yoga, and dance therapist with life coaching trainings on my own self in preparation for my own future conception, which when my eldest was about 5 or so, I knew there was another baby coming. I just didn't know when. And for those of you who are maybe in that mysterious place, whether you're married or not partnered, or and yet you want to be a parent, and that is part of your destiny. I'm a testimony, as well as these other amazing women, to hang in there and hold that vision. So what did I do in those 10 plus years of knowing I was going to have this other baby, but not knowing when, how, or with whom? Well, I embarked on a path of what I consider and many others conscious conception. And conscious conception includes preconception preparation as a holistic path of preparing your mind, body, and spirit, lifestyle, home, and relations for the miracles of pregnancy and childbirth, along with the responsibilities of parenting and householding. Anyone who knows me knows I write in really long sentences, but that's just my cadence. But really, this long sentence means that it's a holistic journey of preparation. Now, conscious conception, being that it's holistic, naturally includes sacred sexuality, the spiritual components of conception and co-creation, and communication with the energy wishing to be born through you. And in my coaching, because I am not in charge of who gets pregnant or not, that is in God's hands. For some reason, I have received a knack or blessing for supporting women over pregnant in achieving and maintaining healthy pregnancies. I have to give glory to God. It is that's in God's hands. Now, what I can say in this journey of supporting women and their partners is that conscious conception will lead to clarity. And clarity to me is like the perfect soil for whatever is next to birth in your life, whether that be a baby, a book, a business, or an amazing community like Michelle created during her conscious conception journey. So I just want to say that, as mentioned earlier by the first doctor on the panel, not all fertility journeys lead to that baby, but they will lead to a beautiful garden and a flourishing life. So again, hold that vision. A conscious conception journey can help you collaborate with the energy wishing to be born through you so you can create a most welcome environment for their arrival. I realize that that may sound a bit woo-woo, and it probably is, but this is the spiritual component. And when aligning with the creator and the creative components of conception, I've observed that sometimes, things need to be put into the right place. It's not about being type A and like having all your checklists, checked off, but sometimes babies wait until things are a certain way. And I don't mean perfection. So in this conscious conception space, it's also an opportunity for you to become more vibrant, more aligned in your purpose, in your health, and your lifestyle. So a conscious conception journey may address the following: fertility challenges and delays, stressors related to trying to conceive. The beautiful doctor spoke to those earlier. Confusion about whether or not you want to parent or bring a child into the world. My very first clients were really excited to embark on this journey with me. We went on a 3-month journey. And at the end of it, they said, we realized we don't want to have children. And if I had nails, I was biting them. And I was like, feeling like just a lot of stress, pressure, and failure. Like, oh my gosh, God, you told me to do this, but really, I don't know what am I doing? And did I fail this couple? That said, they felt so much relief, peace, joy, and optimism to have come to that conclusion, to accepted the next chapter in their walk together, and just to be able to show up to their family in particular and their friends and their business partners and be like, you know what, we're not doing that, but we are moving forward excitedly into this next phase and creative opportunity. So it was actually cause of celebration. And that's when I, realized that this is about clarity and how potent clarity is. Generational patterns, where are we? Pain and disease. Angela talked about that. Part of the work that I do when I'm working with clients is what I call looking under the hood. So there's a pathway of coaching called somatic coaching, which is body-centered. And our body is very powerful, as mentioned earlier. And there is that body-mind-spirit connection. So there are many times where we can have conflicted feelings that, in essence, can sometimes affect our physiology. An example, I want to be a mother, but I'm scared of being an abusive mother, like my mother was to me. I want to get pregnant, but I'm terrified of what pregnancy is going to do to my body. You know, I want to get pregnant, but I'm concerned about how it will affect the intimacy with my partner. So these conflicting feelings can sometimes, you know, create like havoc that's under this under the hood in the subconscious. And together we look under that hood and we address them and have those conflicting parts speak to each other and reconcile. So a conscious conception journey can help with a disconnection from the sexual, spiritual, and energetic components of procreation and co-creation. Because as mentioned before, when we get into a rigid place about our reproductive wellness, we can forget to have fun. We can forget to commit to our juiciness. We can forget to have fun in our sexual, sensual playtime. And so it's important to reconnect with that, because it calls what I consider our reproductive goo. It causes that reproductive goo to be infused with like feel good hormones and excitement about life, which contributes to fertility. So I don't want to take up too much time, but I want to acknowledge an ideology of polarity related to yin and yang. And yin energy is said to be feminine, dark, magnetic, attractive, inward focused, creative, and peaceful. And right now, our lives are, generally speaking, the opposite of that. You know, we have intense and multiple demands on our time. We have the impulse to achieve, which overrides the natural state of being. And daily tensions can dry us out. So when our nervous system is fried, we're dry, you know, and that can affect, again, our reproductive goo and the juiciness connected to life. And this stress can impact our quality of life, as well as our cellular, genetic well-being and longevity. But there's good news. I mentioned cellular connection, and that leads to epigenetics. I skipped that slide just in the interest of time, but we have habit change, as Angela mentioned. We can change our habits. We can create and integrate lifestyle medicine that addresses stress, that improves our health, which is so important before conception. One, to make sure that when ovum and sperm do meet, those cells are at optimal health, but also to help us save money. Like Angela mentioned, if we start early with our preconception awareness, we can save thousands of dollars and seasons of heartache and disappointment. So we can change, we can reverse these dry periods, and we can embrace an opportunity for intervention, which is, generally speaking, 3 months or more before trying to conceive. So preconception preparation can improve personal well-being and help to nurture the next generation of health. I mentioned earlier that conception, pregnancy, birth, motherhood, parenthood, these are not just individual issues, but these are ecological issues. And as one of my mentors, E.B. Robbins, says, peaceful birth contributes to a peaceful earth. So we want to consider in this preconception stage how we would have liked to have been brought into the world and how we can start to cultivate that for these children who are coming into being. So I feel complete with that. Thank you.
I have a question. And if our technician can have both ladies on the screen, that'd be wonderful. I have a question. So as a coach, you just mentioned that there's no guarantee that if you coach an individual that they will definitely have a baby, because it's all in God's hands, right? And with the couple that you worked with, after 3 months, they shared that they didn't want to have a child, which is fine. But how do you handle the disappointment with couples or an individual if they've been working with you for 3-4 months and they're still unable to meet that goal? How do you as a coach handle that? Because I'm under the perception that you are on this journey together, you are literally holding each other's hands, and you want them to cross the finish line. but they're unable to. How do you handle that feeling? And how would you describe it?
You want me to go first or?
Sure.
I have to say that I personally, the first thing I want to say is identifying and then re-identifying what the finish line is. So naturally, when you invest in a fertility coach, your finish line is, yes, I want to have a baby. That's my goal. However, as we embark on this journey of holistic fertility, which, as I mentioned, is reproductive health as well as radiant vitality and health, we get a broader perspective of what that is. So that's, having the energy to do the things that you want, having the energy to support people, not just yourself, but people in your family and your community, having the energy to be your most creative, vital self and create a legacy. Legacy is not just connected to the babies we bring into the world, but the gifts we share that live on beyond our time on this planet. So most of my clients come to a space of clarity around that, which gives them hope around life. Like they're not necessarily focused on this so much as the outcome. But with a very recent client, it took over a year. And I just got a text 2 days ago that she's pregnant, supported. Yeah, they're 6 weeks in, their baby, is snugly in the womb, and the uterus implantation was successful. They did use reproductive medicine to support. And so sometimes it just takes a little longer. So staying in contact, being encouraging, and supporting the other things that are beautiful in one's life is important.
Awesome. So thank you. And I think maybe your other guest has.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, you're still here. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, Angela. I'd love to hear your response to that too.
Yeah. Well, I think I've worked with a lot of practitioners, and this is a very common problem that they take on personally, is to hold responsibility for their clients. So I like to say that you have a responsibility to your client, but not for your client, right? So we can hold that space for them and hold the hope, and we can see a bigger vision for them, but ultimately they're responsible for their own situation. The outcomes we don't always know, but we also put all of our faith in these doctors that also don't, fertility treatments, they're highly unsuccessful. It is 40%, I think, is kind of the average for IVF success, and it goes down as people get older and more complications, more diagnoses. So we put all our eggs in that basket. We can, but at the end of the day, do we hold that doctor responsible for having no outcome of success? Not really, right? Like we say, oh, it didn't work because of outside circumstances. So I think the best way to think about it is you have this responsibility to them, but not for them and not for the outcomes, because we don't know what happens when we work with a client and they go home, right? They could be doing literally nothing, right? Like their biggest doing is showing up to just get coached, which is a big deal. Just showing up is a big deal. But like, we don't know what they're doing at home. We don't know if they're, driving by the drive-through every day after work and drinking soda and like doing all the things. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, it's like just looking at what role do you want to play, and do you want responsibility for all of these outcomes? That's a lot to carry. And I think that's also when people are like green practitioners, as I call them, right? They're just starting out. A lot of times it's like an information overload. They want to give people tons of information and try to help them. And, they really want to help because they haven't seen a lot of success. So the validation is there, they kind of want this validation of a success. But I think at the end of the day, it's like, we have to take care of ourselves as coaches and make sure that we are doing our best to hold space for them to be the best version of themselves. But it's their responsibility to play their part.
Indeed. So I'd like to thank you both for sharing your insight. And like I had shared earlier on, My journey involved 3 rounds of IVF, and the first 2 rounds were not successful. And on the third round, I decided to get a coach, and that was me digging deeper. I've heard Joycelyn make reference that people find a coach when they're on the last leg of their journey and they're desperate. And I could say I was at that space, in that space. And so I recognize that the journey that we went on really and truly helped me align my mind, body, and spirit. I'll share one experience that really just brought it all home to me. Joycelyn had said to me, "You need to connect to this baby that's coming to you. You need to connect." So with my meditations, nightly meditations, I'd ask the question, how am I going to know if I'm going to connect to this child? And it wasn't until several weeks later that after one of my meditations, the name Mishiko came to me. And I almost fell over because it was a name that I had given to my first love. When you're 16 years old, you got your first puppy love and you do your X and O's. Well, I had written a name down and it was Mishiko. And once we broke up, the baby went out with the bathwater. I totally forgot about that name. And then through this process of meditating, it came right back. And that is the moment that I knew that the meditation worked, the coaching was working, and I had connected. And the name is a female name. And here it is. I have a baby girl, and her name's Mishiko. And so, I just want others to be aware of the power of coaching. It's not fluff. It can definitely make all the difference. And if you know someone who's impacted by infertility and they may need a coach, definitely feel free to refer them to some of the ladies that are on this panel, because I do believe that they have the tools that can help them reach their goal. So with that said, ladies, thank you so much for spending your afternoon or some of your morning with me. We definitely will be in touch, and I wish you all the best in the near future.
Thank you.
And I do believe our next speaker will be a lovely Lydia, who will be coming up, and she'll be giving us a presentation about being single by choice. And I have so many juicy questions for Lydia, falling off my seat with that.
Good morning. Good morning. Good afternoon, exactly 12 p.m. Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to just give you the floor for you to share with our audience a little bit about yourself, however you see fit to do that. And then I'll ask you questions for the last 10 minutes. Is that okay? Do you have a screen to
my
share?
nanny here with my daughter. I will go through this and share my story. So good morning or good afternoon, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here and listening to the other panelists and speakers. As Michelle mentioned, my name is Lydia, and I'm honored to share my story with you. I'm not just a CPA and entrepreneur, but also a proud single mother by choice to my joyful, beautiful, amazing daughter, Lady. And today I want to discuss my advocacy for egg freezing and becoming a single mother by choice. Now, my journey to motherhood wasn't conventional, and it certainly was not how I imagined it as a young girl. In fact, as a teenager, I envisioned moving out of my house at the age of 18 getting married at 20 and having my first baby at 22. And, everything went according to plan. I know some of you guys also on the chat. Let me know if anybody else's life turned out exactly how they planned it at the age of 16. Anyone else? Am I the only one? Not. That was not the case at all. In fact, the only thing that did happen was that I moved out at 18. And looking back, I wish that was a part of the plan that did not happen, right? I wish I was still under the care and supervision of an adult. And I still feel that way right now. So anyways, fast forward, I focus on graduating from college. Then I focus on my career. I grew up in that era of women being independent and not needing anyone. And, I think all of us talked about kind of our backgrounds and our childhood and stuff. So it was so important for me to be independent and focus on my career. But before I knew it, I was approaching 35 with no real prospect of a husband. So there goes getting married at 20, and there goes having my first child at 22. But I still knew that my biological clock was ticking. So I decided to freeze that biological clock by freezing my eggs. I had a friend who had shared many years before how she froze her eggs when it was barely, it was just so new. And it was just this thing that happens, for people who have issues of fertility or diseases and stuff, and so they're they need to freeze their eggs. So I remember a friend sharing it with me, and it tucked behind my head. I tucked it behind my head because I was still in my 20s at the time, and I felt like I'll meet somebody. So fast forward to 35, I realized, okay, you know what, this might be a necessity for me. They say if you're going to freeze your eggs by the age of 35 is the best time to do it. So I'm approaching my 35th birthday, and I decided that was going to be the gift to myself. Fertility. So I froze my eggs, and I recently saw someone post that freezing their eggs was the greatest act of self-care, and it truly is. It was also very empowering. I went about life differently, especially dating differently. I no longer had my ovaries sitting at the table as a third wheel, and I can see the people I dated for as they truly were. Right? And not as I wanted them to be to fit the role of husband and father to my kids. I stopped looking through those goggles that imagined who I wanted them to be. And that was very liberating. I felt free. I no longer was bound by the pressures to choose between my career and being a mother. I felt free of the pressure to settle with just anybody because I wanted to have a baby. Freezing my eggs, it bought me more time. So I thought. So a few more months went by, a few more months after freezing my eggs, and the pandemic hit. You all remember that little incident in time, right? Just a little blip in time. I don't know if you guys remember. It was so long ago. It's such a blur. I had streamed all of Netflix and all of Amazon Prime. And like so many, I was left alone with my thoughts and my emotions for an extended period. And I did a lot of introspective work and meditation, and it boiled down to one simple conclusion. I was ready to be a mom more than I needed to be a wife. And so I remember laying on, once I had that thought, I remember laying on my sofa for a nap. My hand was hanging off the side of the sofa, and I heard slap, slap, slap on the floor, like the clapping of a baby's knees crawling on my hardwood floors. And then I felt a little hand tug at mine, and I woke up, and in a fraction of a second, 100 thoughts went through my head. Where did she go? Wait, I had a baby? When was I pregnant? Wait, what is going on? What year are we in? Where am I? It just felt so real. And it took a minute to process this magical moment, but I knew it was time. I knew right then and there that my daughter was ready for me and I was ready for her. That was clear. And when Joycelyn talked about clarity, that was my moment of clarity. That I was ready to be a mom. And so feeling empowered by the empowerment that I felt when I took control of my fertility, when I froze my eggs, I decided to become a single mother by choice. Now, at that time, I did not even know the term single mother by choice. I just knew I wanted to be a mom. And I knew that I know simple biology, it takes sperm and an egg. Well, I had the egg. I had the eggs. And so I heard of donor, sperm banks. And so I knew that much. And I remember discussing with a friend of mine, a close friend, and she mentioned a really close friend of hers who had gone through the journey of becoming a single mom by choice. And that's when I learned the term. I looked into it, joined a Facebook group, read up on books, and I started my journey. And throughout this journey, I came to realize the profound power of choice, especially when it comes to fertility. And too often women find themselves reaching a point where their fertile years have passed and they look back with regret at not having pursued motherhood. However, I've also observed a different narrative, one where women proactively take control of their fertility by freezing their eggs or choosing to become a single mother by choice. In my experience, I've never encountered a woman who regrets taking those proactive steps. And despite the challenges and uncertainties that accompanied my decision, I found strength and resilience within myself. My journey serves as a testament to the transformative potential of empowerment and a remarkable resilience of the human spirit. And I endeavor to empower other single women by sharing my story and advocating for their right to fertility options. Now, was it and is it scary at times? Absolutely. But I don't remember accomplishing any achievement without a bit of fear and uncertainty. And when I reflect on my journey to motherhood and the incomparable love that I feel for my daughter, I am grateful that I created this path for myself. Now, I'm not here to tell you to do things exactly as I have. Rather, I'm here to encourage each of you to embrace your own path, even where there is uncertainty. Own your own path, even when it goes against the grain, and conquer your path, even in the face of fear. You have the power to shape your destiny and create the life that you desire. And with that, I am so grateful for being able to share my story. I know Michelle has some questions for me I'm ready to dive into, and any questions that you have. I know I had a short time to talk, so I'm grateful I got through this and am able to share my story, and I'm open to any questions that anyone may have.
If anyone has questions, please type them out, and then I'll definitely ask Lydia. So Lydia, you've been all over my timeline, girl. Girl, every time I go on Facebook, you are on my timeline. I'm like, this girl is unreal. And it was interesting because you and I both attended Barbados Fertility Center. But you did mention that, so I'm just sharing. She did her wonderful service with the Barbados Fertility Center, same facility that I worked with as well. And so I'm a little bit more introverted, you could say. So I'm not really loud on social media, though I need to be. But I'm working on it, guys. I'm working on it.
Yeah, it took some time.
Yeah, I'm working on it. But Lydia had no fear. And I just sat back watching you and just watched with admiration. I would like to comment occasionally, but deep down, I was admiring the tenacity of this woman because you were, and you were then, and you still are, you're breaking the stereotype of what a single woman should look like and what those choices should be for someone who's single. And I felt like it was very empowering because there were a lot of single women out there who are looking for Mr. Right, and Mr. Right is way down the street. He's not even halfway to where you are to connect with you. And I think there's a lot of women who are waiting for Mr. Right and want to do it with that equation first. And time is ticking.
Yeah.
I could say I was one of those women waiting for Mr. Right. And then I had to make alternative decisions, and I am where I am, and I'm happy to be where I am. But let me ask you, have you had other women who are in similar situations to yourself reach out to you and share their journey or their current situation?
Absolutely. For one thing, I want a small correction when you say this fearless woman. That is no. I had a lot of fear, but I did not let it stop me. What I envisioned, how I envisioned, my desire to be a motherhood outweighed that fear. So I'm so careful with that because I do not want to give this false impression that this doesn't come with fear. It doesn't come with, with uncertainty. It comes with all that. But what was important to me is I kept my eyes on the prize, and I knew I wanted to be a mother, and I knew I'd be a great mother, and I knew I'd figure it out. So I just wanted to clarify that it is an intense journey, but it's one I would do all over again. And so to answer your question, have I had people reach out? Yes, so many times. In fact, I learned when I announced my pregnancy, I had a friend from high school reach out to me and said, Lydia, I wanted to tell you this for so many months, but I wanted to wait until you were pregnant before I told you. But it's because of you that I decided to become a single mother by choice. And she got pregnant like within 2 months of trying. And whereas it took me a year or 2 years. So she, I think she was apprehensive about telling me, thinking that I would feel sad or whatever. And I'm not that person at all. If anything, when there's so many women who got pregnant around me, and I took that as a sign that, all right, that means pregnancy is in my aura. It's there because, I don't have a scarcity mindset, right? It's not like, oh, because this person got pregnant, it means I'm not going to get pregnant. That's a scarcity mindset. I saw it as, oh, wow, pregnancy is right around the corner for me. So anyhow, so she was one of those who said, because when I embarked on my journey, I've been very open about it. And that was really important to me because there are women out there, like you said, who are waiting. And if I kept it to myself, then she wouldn't, she would have continued waiting, and she wouldn't have her beautiful daughter she has right now. And so the fact that I touched at least that one person was confirmation that I need to be loud on social media. I need to share this story. I want people to know that there's this option out there. So yeah, and I continue to have women who reach out to me on social media, who say that they're thinking about the journey, and, I, allow them to pick my brain, and then I kind of, want to guide them and stuff. In fact, I am developing some material or like a coaching for women who are starting this journey and guiding them through everything. I mean, I'm of Haitian descent, Caribbean, right? And, for the longest, I'm sure they thought something was wrong with me because I wasn't married, didn't have kids, and I had to, deal with that. But I always stayed above it. I'm like, this is my life. I'm the only one responsible for it. So I'm going to do things my way. I trust in God. And so, yeah, I did it. So definitely a lot of women. So I guide women through that of, the social stigma, the, owning. And that's why I close with saying that, you need to own, not only decide on this path, but you want to own your path, right? Because for me, having ownership of that path and knowing this wholeheartedly, this is the path for me, it didn't matter what anybody else said. In fact, I think more people ask me, are you prepared if anybody confronts you or says anything about, than I have been actually confronted by the, for the most part, people have been very supportive. I've been called brave. And it's still kind of hard to accept that. That's my own childhood traumas of accepting compliments and stuff. Because for me, it was just doing what I have to do. I wanted to be a mom, and it was like, I'm very strategic. It's like, all right, I donor sperm, and then reach out to the clinic and do my tests and do all this stuff. It was a checklist for me, and that's how I went about it. So, but I realized the importance of sharing this story with everyone.
Indeed. So we're going to go to some questions right here. Everybody wants to know, what is Lydia's IG handle?
So I actually put it under my name there. It's at Lydia and Lady. That's my daughter's name, Lady. It's an anagram of mine, my name. So you can follow me on there. We're working on a website. I was hoping to have a landing page available today. But follow me, and I'll definitely be making the announcement when my website is up and how you can connect with me. And if you or anyone, is thinking about this journey or is hearing about it for the first time, make sure you share my information. I am like an open book. Some pages are written in Mandarin, but an open book nonetheless.
Next question is, did your family lend support to your journey? Or better yet, did you tell them? If so, when? How did they take in your decision?
Like I said, once I decided, for me, it was almost like second nature. It's almost like the same way I introduce myself, say my name is Lydia, is like, hey, I'm about to have a baby. So yes, I was very upfront with my entire family. I did brace myself for the different kind of responses that may come, but I think overwhelmingly it was about time. I think a lot of my family was like, oh, about time Lydia's gonna have a baby. And I don't think at that point, I don't really think they cared that I wasn't married or not. I remember telling my dad, and I kind of paused, Haitian guy. I mean, he's pretty progressive, but, still the Haitian guy, very religious. And I remember telling him like, well, I am thinking about having a baby next year. I think I told him like a year before I started, I think I'm having a baby next year. And he knew I was single. And he was like, oh, well, okay, well, great. Then I had to buy some land in Haiti to leave for my grandchild. And I was like, oh, this was sweet. So it was that. And then, I think it was even a new concept for me. So I was aware that it may be a new concept for other people, right? So I was very aware that of the possibility that not everyone would receive it as quickly or with arms wide open. I was aware that of the possibility that people may have questions, and I had to be open about it, right? If I want to be enlighten people, then I couldn't get defensive if they asked me questions. I couldn't get defensive if it said something that wasn't in line with what I would hope them to say. As long as they weren't judgmental or try to tell me I couldn't do it or it's not right, as long as it wasn't that negativity, then I'm okay with it. So I remember having a conversation with my youngest brother. We're 10 years apart, but we're very close. He was actually my first baby. I love him. He was like my little baby. And I remember talking to him about it and saying, you're going to be an uncle. And I didn't exactly get the enthusiasm that I hoped for. And all I remember telling him was, I hope you don't treat my daughter differently because she doesn't have a father in the traditional sense. And we hung up the phone like that. And I think he took some time to think about it. And he sent me the most beautiful message. And he said, Lydia, I love you. There's no way I'm going to treat this child differently or poorly. That is going to be my niece. You just have to understand this is not, I never imagined this. I'm not familiar with this. So please bear with me as I learn more about it. And I couldn't have asked for more. And he calls and FaceTimes her. So I was like, she's so beautiful. Where's my niece? So yeah, again, and I think what lent it to that was that my confidence. I come in with such confidence and pride in my decision that people have no choice but to respond with this. I really don't give an opportunity for anyone to say anything negative or to cast a doubt on me, because I don't know, part of it maybe is I'm a Taurus. We're very determined. Thank you, Marlene. Thank you for that question.
Awesome. Yes, being very determined is definitely key on this journey. And Taurus, my brother's a Taurus, so yeah.
We're not stubborn, we're determined.
Yeah, sure. Determined and stubborn too. But anyway, but that is wonderful. So do you think this is a path that you're going to use moving forward? Are you going to do it again to grow your family? Because you mentioned also that you had a donor sperm.
Yes.
At one point. So would you build your entire family around this with the frozen eggs, frozen embryos? What does the future look like for you?
So truth be told, I always reiterate, clarify, like single mother by choice means, I'm single right now. Does it mean I'm opposed to marriage? Does it mean I'm opposed to relationship? In fact, I still could kind of see myself married. Am I actively pursuing relationship right now? No, I am 8 more embryos that have the same genetic makeup as my daughter. And 3 of them have abnormalities. So I probably would not use those unless I have to. And there's 2 that are perfect euploids. I don't know if we've gone through this terminology already, but yeah, so euploids. And there are 2 girls. So I have 2 other daughters. Actually, I'm careful to say that because of everything that happened in Alabama. I do not recognize them as children, to be honest with you. Like, I know that they are girls because I had genetic testing. But that's a whole separate conversation about the Alabama ruling. I don't know if we've touched on that before I joined, but yeah. So there's 2 other girls, and there's 3 other embryos that have the biopsy I sent to have tested did not have enough DNA information to so I can get them retested to find out what their sex are. But I'm completely okay with having another girl, and now that my daughter's a little older, well, when she was first born, I loved the newborn phase. And I immediately thought, yes, I'm definitely going to have the second one. By the end of this year, I would start the process again. But now that my daughter's getting older and is demanding so much more of my time, like, maybe I'll push back another year or so because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. So I do see myself having another child. I would love for her to have a sibling. I think it'd be really great to see 2 wonderful daughters grow up together.
Can you tell us a little bit about the egg freezing process in Barbados? Because I know you did everything in Barbados. So what was that experience like? And for those who are considering egg freezing, who would like to know more about the process, what that involves, can you just give us some insight?
Absolutely. Okay, so as I mentioned, I started the process on my my 35th birthday was on a Monday, and on a Saturday I reached out to the clinic. And my birthday was on a Saturday. I emailed them on a Saturday, and by Monday I had a response and did the consultation. So the first thing, I would say is just have the conversation, have a consultation, ask the question to see if you are a candidate to freeze your eggs. And what I mean by that is that, you're, I don't know what it stands for, AMH, but it basically says how fertile you are, basically. And so I would say to do that. Now, as I mentioned in my talk, that they say by the age of 35 is a good age to do it. By then, obviously, the earlier you do it, the better quality eggs you have to freeze. That said, I have a couple of friends who froze their eggs closer to the age of 40, and they had really good quality eggs. So I would say definitely have the conversation. They're gonna have you do some tests, some blood work and stuff like that, to see again if you're viable, if you're a good candidate for it. Then, there was lots of meds, self-injections. And I remember being very nervous at first because I'm not really good with blood and needles and all that stuff. And I would, in my case, when they did my blood work, they prescribed me 11 days of injections every day, where I believe it was like 2 needles at the time. And I remember very nervous going in, and I asked a friend to help me. And last minute, she said she couldn't make it, so I had to do it myself. And by the end of it, when I was done, I kind of missed it. It was the weirdest thing. I actually missed injecting myself. It was like fun. It was, for me, it was like, I'm gonna, freeze my eggs and work on my fertility. It was empowering. So there was that. There's that part of it. And so it does take a physical, there is a physical toll. And then I flew to Barbados. I mean, it was like a vacation, and I had 2 of my girlfriends join me. So it was like a vacation. It really was nice. And I think that's why the center here has such high success rates, because when people come here, you're so relaxed. I mean, it's a beautiful island. The clinic is literally right across the street from the beach, from the water. And I think that's why they have high success rates. So I went there. The freezing of the eggs, the process, it is like a surgery, right? You go into an operating room, you're put under, and because they have to go in there and get the eggs, and they can't have you moving with, a very sharp, long needle. And then there's a recovery period, about an hour or so. And so, I had to be accompanied by someone. So thank God my girlfriends were able to make it with me. And then I was told to rest. But being a tourist, I went hiking the very next day, and I paid dearly for it that night. So definitely, do as you're told, get the rest. And so that was my journey. Again, it was there was a physical toll. There was, of course, emotion. There was a lot of emotions in it because, you're processing the fact that, it's kind of like, okay, have I given up on the possibility of doing it with a husband? Am I, Dr. Taz, I don't know if she's still in there, but I caught a bit of hers where, we asked, one of the things I battled with is, am I playing God, right? If God wanted me to have a child already, he would have presented me with my husband already. So am I playing God? Am I taking this out? And, I had all these things I had a battle with. And as she mentioned, it's like, well, he's an all giving, all knowing, all omnipresent being. And if he put this desire in my heart and he put this ability, this opportunity, then he supports it. He blesses this. And that was very comforting. That's how I found comfort to that. And again, a lot of my friends were just very happy for me in doing that. And like I mentioned, freezing my eggs, after that, there was this sense of empowerment. I felt as on top of the world. I was like, wow, like I froze my eggs. I froze my biological clock. I am telling the universe, hey, I can do all these things I want to do and still be able to become a mother later on if I decide. And again, that empowerment is what led to me becoming a single mother by choice. And like, if I did that, I can do this. That's what it was. So Barbados Fertility Clinic, I vouch for it, especially with everything going on in the US right now with IVF and a lot of clinics not knowing the direction that they're going in. Barbados Fertility Center, they've been so open, like, come to us, we'll take care of you. So that's definitely an option for women. And I'm all about options. That's what I am. I'm not here to tell you to do exactly what I did. I'm here to tell you, present you with an option and for you to choose. And that's all I can say. That's all. That's if you leave away with knowing that this option is available to you, then I've done my job.
So we have less than a minute. So I'm going to ask a quick question. Someone asks, how old is Lydia? How old is she now?
I will be 40 next Saturday.
Wow, happy birthday. Early birthday. You go, girl.
Thank you.
And then the next question is, did the island have more eggs that are of African descent versus the US, if you know?
So I don't know that much about egg donors. I use my own eggs and I use a sperm donor. And I can tell you that something that I have mentioned in all my social media and stuff is that there was a very little availability of donors of African descent. And so I end up with a donor that is European Caucasian. And that's something that I kind of struggled with, right? I felt like I wanted a Black donor. At first, I put a lot of emphasis on that, but then when I didn't see so many, and it was like a handful, and I actually chose a sperm bank that in my single mothers by choice group, a lot of women said that's where they saw the most diversity. So I'm like, okay, great. And I went there and no, there wasn't. It was, so that told me how the other sperm banks were. And so I ended up, I had to come to do some movement. And I was like, well, you know what? My family has all shades. So it really doesn't matter if I go with a Black or a white donor. And I kid you not, my daughter is the exact complexion as me. She looks exactly like me. It's like looking at myself, my baby pictures, she looks exactly like me. So yes, I did a side-by-side picture of me when I was an infant and a picture of her. And I was like, I pretty much made myself. Like, she looks just like me. So yeah, I have pictures of her all over my social media, so you guys can go and it's open. You can see what my daughter looks like. But yeah, so to answer your question, there was very little. So I know my friend who became an SMBC after learning about it. For me, what she did was she used someone from, I think, Sri Lanka. So they weren't African, but they were dark complected, and I guess that was important for her. And so there are alternatives. So for me, I had my criteria, and I actually had a Lydia's baby daddy picking party. So I narrowed it down. So I narrowed it down to about 5 sperm donors that I liked. And then I invited my friends. I had one friend who was physically there because remember, it's still kind of coming out the pandemic. So I had one friend over and the rest of us were virtual. But, you know, we were drinking our mimosas, going through their profiles, and they helped me choose my donor. And I'm so grateful because he was a very good donor. Apparently his swimmers are amazing.
Well, I'd like to thank you so much, Lydia, for joining us today, giving us an insight to your journey, a beautiful journey, one that I've been watching from a distance and sat and watching admiration. I definitely compliment you and all that you're doing. And I look forward to baby Lydia number 2. That'll be on her way very soon, coming to a store near you, sort of thing. Yeah, I'm excited for you and thank you for sharing. And I'll definitely make sure to refer you to others who want to know more about egg freezing and donoring and becoming a single mother by choice. I didn't know what the acronym meant. I didn't even know it existed until I heard it from you. So yeah, single mother by choice sounds great to me. Lydia, thank you so much.
Thank
So
you.
everyone else, please stand by for our next guest. It would be lovely Lulu Orange, who will be discussing with us about her journey with victory over loss. An amazing young lady, a busy young lady. But I would love for her to share with us her journey. So stand by. Thank you. Here in lovely Miami Lakes, where we're celebrating the 5th annual South Florida Fertility Expo, the only thing of its kind here in South Florida.
I mean, this Fertility Expo is probably one of the most important things that I've attended in my reproductive life.
So infertility is actually a very common diagnosis. 1 in 8 couples can experience infertility, so this is about 12% of the general population.
Expos like this is past due. It's needed. It was needed years ago when I had my treatment, and it's definitely needed now.
Simple reason why we did this event is because, hey, there's a lot of people out there who need help trying to get pregnant, right? Trying to get help with securing a family. Want to know all the resources and opportunities and possibilities for you to have your modern day family.
This specific event brings together many types of specialists, many different doctors with different approaches, all under one roof to cure and to help women with infertility.
It's about communicating with human beings that have been through the process and learning all sorts of different ways.
And I'm here to teach the fertility dance. The fertility dance is the human drive that requires us to reproduce ourselves. Obviously, the first drive is survival, but the second drive is fertility. And considering the fact that only 50% of women actually conceive and 50% of children die the first 5 years, fertility is a really big issue in the world.
It never hurts to try things. In life, it's all about trying.
So I'm a certified yoni steam practitioner. My business consists of natural feminine care products. I help women with any issues from BV, infertility, fibroids, endometriosis. I make sure that overall the ladies feel confident enough and healed through herbs because I make my products natural from plants.
Now,
schedule's a little off. It's probably messed with your schedule. So I just really want to apologize, but I also want to thank you sincerely for being with us today for 20 minutes just to share your story. Just before you start, I just want to let everyone know Lulu was an event ambassador for the South Florida Fertility Expo during maybe our first or our second. She has had her own journey that has just been inspirational. And so I'm going to let her tell you a little bit about what she's gone through. And we know she's got 30 minutes, guys. We can't go over 30 minutes with her. Lulu, take it away. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you so much, Michelle, and thank you to your organization, who has been a beacon of hope to so many people. I'm so excited to just share a little bit about my story and give some tips of encouragement for others who are also on this journey of motherhood. And so my fertility challenges started in 2015 when I got married in 2012, and we started noticing that something was not happening, right? I wasn't conceiving children. And because of it, we decided to start looking into our fertility challenges. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're on, what a journey that was. And through the journey, here are some. One, stressing is not good for your reproductive health. This journey is very stressful. It can be very stressful. And so I want to just encourage everyone to really try to decrease your stress throughout this whole process, because we understand what stress can do to your body. You don't conceive when we stress. And so I had to learn methods of de-stressing myself, whether it's going on walks to the beach or even thinking about moments of me being a mom and what that looks like, and writing in my journal. And so finding a support system that would assist me throughout this journey as well. And that's point number 2, finding your tribe. Because if you have your tribe that's supporting you, whether it's your family or a support group, I joined several support groups, and I just found that very comforting, of women who were going through what I was going through. And I was asking questions, and they were giving me what they went through and advice and all that good stuff. And I tell you, it made the journey so much easier, because let's not forget that others who have not gone through the journey and maybe have had kids, and it's easy, and you might be triggered by those comments. But when you have a supportive community of women that also are going through what you're going through, it's very comforting, because they understand, they know, and so I encourage you to find those support groups, find your tribe that will help you get through the process. And then point number 3 is really not looking at other people's comparison is the thief of joy. Because when you start comparing yourselves to others, it gets you down. It's like, oh, it's happening to her. Why isn't it happening to me? You can think like that. But many of us will celebrate one another, and that's important, celebrating each other. But we understand that we could look at someone's journey and compare it to ours and like, okay, I'm not there yet, or why am I not there yet? Celebrate your wins throughout this process, okay? Anything, a great lab work, celebrate that win, a great doctor's report, or, areas where we could look to improve in our reproductive health. And so those are the few tips that I have that I would like to just tell the audience throughout this journey. It is a process, and learn to celebrate the process all throughout whatever that destination may be. And my title, Victory Over Loss, that's what it's all about. I did. In 2019, I miscarried. I finally got pregnant and I miscarried. Yes, it hurts. I'm not going to tell you it doesn't hurt. And that is my angel baby, always will be. I look forward to seeing my angel baby in heaven someday. But through that loss, I picked up and I said, let me focus on things that makes me happy. Not that I'm not going to continue, not that I was going to give up trying. And so what I did was I joined a fitness group. I joined a fitness group and I got myself in the best shape of my life. And I believe I won third place in that sort of fitness group, getting healthy and whatnot. And then I did the reproductive process again, the fertility again. And I got pregnant. And so, but I was in a happier place. I wasn't trying to focus on, I'm going to baby make, what's going on? I was in a happier place. My stress was decreased. I had a great support system, a great tribe of women who encouraged me. And I felt like the process just went a little more seamlessly. So there you have it. That's my story. And yes, I am actually at a conference because I was awarded an award last night. And so I'm here to thank the organizers, but which is my sorority, Zeta Phi Beta. But I could not say no to you, Michelle. I could not say no to this opportunity to speak to someone. I wanted to share my story in hope to inspire anyone who's on the call today.
Thank you so much, Lulu. I just want to ask you, what did you do different for you to get your sons here, to bring forth your sons?
Very good. So as you know, going through fertility, there is a lot of trying to figure out what works for your body. Fertility is not an easy thing to discover, okay? And so we had to just do several protocols. And the one protocol that I ended up working for me, which is the natural FET cycle, which is less meds. I was on a lot of meds. And then what they did was they took away majority of those meds and we stayed on one or two. And so that worked for me.
Okay, because I was always wondering, what does she do different? What does she do different? Because I know you had multiple losses, and when you gave birth to your twin boys, I was just amazed at you for doing that. And then I remember you working out. There were videos of you running up a mountain. I was like, they don't have mountains in Florida. I'm like, girl, this girl's found a mountain in Florida, and she's running up a mountain, and you were working out. I remember watching you on that journey, and so it's interesting, I don't comment all the time, but from where I was sitting, I was definitely like supporting you and pushing you on. And when your boys arrived, I was even more elated for you. And so, victory over loss. I know there's been additional changes in your life. Would you care to share how you are still persevering and moving forward with all of these hurdles of life that seems to hit you, but you just seem to keep smiling and just moving forward? And I'm just, believe me, sis, I am so in awe of your strength. So if you care to share, please do.
Absolutely. I love sharing. Sharing is caring. And so thank you for bringing that up. This topic, victory over loss, is very dear to me because I have gone through, multiple of losses in the past couple of years. And so, and some would say, Lulu, how are you still standing? First of all, I believe in my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So above all, that keeps me grounded. But also knowing that even though we go through life's challenges, and many of us have gone through challenges, are going through challenges, we have to show up for ourselves. We have got to show up for ourselves first. I always love this analogy. When you're on a plane, they ask you to put the mask on who first? Yourself, in order before you can help someone else. And so when you go through those losses, I'm not saying that you shouldn't go through the grieving process, because you should. You should go to the grieving process. Whether you're upset, angry at that very moment, crying out, you need to let that out. But I'm encouraging you to not stay in there, not to stay in that place, because we all know it's not great for your mental state. We know that because you can get into a very dark place. And I went through the grieving process by having that miscarriage in 2019, a child that I yearned for, that was now gone after a couple of months. And then losing my life partner, my husband of 10 years, right after we conceived our miracle babies. And then after that, going into open heart surgery with one of the twins. Very devastating challenges that has happened in my life. But what I've realized is that your life is destined to be what it is. You have to take on those challenges and learn to redirect them into something positive. And my promise is to show up for myself first and to help anyone out there that need a word of encouragement. If I can do it, if I am here standing after a miscarriage, losing a child, after now losing my husband, my life partner of 10 years, and then going into an open heart surgery where the physician says your child may not make it. Ladies and gentlemen who are on the call, you can do it. You can be victorious over your challenges. And that's why I was committed to coming on today, even if I know I had prior commitments. But when you messaged me, Michelle, I said, thank you, God. I want to be a beacon of hope for others out there who think that it can't happen to you. You know, being a mom, you can, you will. Being a father, you will. It will happen. Your journey may not be conventional. You know, what is conventional anyway? It may lead you into adoption. But if that is your lifelong dream to be a parent of a wonderful child, it can happen to you. It can. And so I thank you. I hope that I've encouraged anyone out there on this fertility journey. I did it. You can do it too.
I'm going to let you go. And I just want to say thank you so much for taking some time out to join us today at the South Florida Fertility Expo. Please enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you soon on Facebook.
How to find me, just in case, you know, you
Definitely.
could follow me on my Instagram, Lulu Orange Inc. Or my Facebook page is, I have a Lulu Orange Inc. Facebook page, or Lulu Orange Tyson. If you need just a word of encouragement, please DM me. I am there. Or you can email me, Lulu, Lulu, at luluorange.com. That's LULUORANGE.com. Thank you, Michelle.
Awesome.
And South Florida Fertility Expo for putting on yet again a wonderful event for us all.
Thank you so much, Lulu. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank
Awesome.
you.
Okay, guys, stay tuned for our next speaker, the lovely Marlene Dessereau. She's going to be talking with us. So, hey, let's stay tuned.
lovely Miami Lakes, where we're celebrating the 5th annual South Florida Fertility Expo, the only thing of its kind here in South Florida.
I mean, this Fertility Expo is probably one of the most important things that I've attended in my reproductive life.
So infertility is actually a very common diagnosis. 1 in 8 couples can experience infertility, so this is about 12% of the general population.
Expos like this is past due. It's needed. It was needed years ago when I had my treatment, and it's definitely needed now.
Simple reason why we did this event is because, hey, there's a lot of people out there who need help trying to get pregnant, right? Trying to get help with securing a family. Want to know all the resources and opportunities and possibilities for you to have your modern day family.
This specific event brings together many types of specialists, many different doctors with different approaches, all under one roof to cure and to help women with infertility.
It's about communicating with human beings that have been through the process and learning all sorts of different ways.
And I'm here to teach the fertility dance. The fertility dance is the human drive that requires us to reproduce ourselves. Obviously, the first drive is survival, but the second drive is fertility. And considering the fact that only 50% of women actually conceive and 50% of children die the first 5 years, fertility is a really big issue in the world.
It never hurts to try things. In life, it's all about trying.
So I'm a certified yoni steam practitioner. My business consists of natural feminine care products. I help women with any issues from BV, infertility, fibroids, endometriosis. I make sure that overall the ladies feel confident enough and healed through herbs because I make my products natural from plants.
Now, we all think that whenever we want to get pregnant, we can just try to get pregnant and we get pregnant. So if you're trying to get pregnant and you're under the age of 35 and, 6 months are going by, and more so if you're over 35, then you have to talk to somebody to make sure that your tubes are open, the uterus is normal, you have the right eggs, you have the right sperm, that you don't need any help to allow sperm and eggs to find each other and give you that baby that you're looking for.
A lot of times, infertility is often not talked about. People are uncomfortable with the topic, so I believe that talking about this and bringing out more education to the public is going to help others feel more comfortable in the process and allow them for successful treatment outcomes.
And I can't tell you how many times people are like, my doctor failed me. Like, I had cancer, my mother died, this and that. I want to prevent having what they had.
I learned during my journey that you cannot force empathy on a doctor. If a doctor is the way they are, that's how they are. And before I got pregnant, my advice is, what I did was I basically interviewed my doctors. I did multiple consultations. I was like, you know what? This doctor is not it. They're not going to be my doctor. I'm going to look somewhere else. It's okay to shop around for a doctor that works for you. It's the same as therapy. You find the therapist that works with you. So same exact thing here.
My fertility journey lasted a little over 15 years. And this expo, this is the 5th annual South Florida Fertility Expo. So that in itself already leads a 10-year gap. And I feel that back when I was going through all of my issues, there wasn't really a lot of resources or tangible resources available to help women and families like myself who are going through the process, who may have additional questions outside of just leaving a doctor's office or speaking to your nurse.
So power is information. So get it sooner rather than later. These expos, they're incredibly useful. Not for us as much as for the patients, but the patients and the community is the one that has no access to these. They're Googling everything, they're on their phones, on their tablets, every single day. They're on TikTok, they're on Instagram. But when it comes down to having a baby and getting pregnant, it has to do with biology. It has to do with nature. And science will never change biology or nature. We could work with it, but we don't know what we have until we ask the question. So get help before you know you need it.
It really feels good. Myself and my team, we've been working for months to produce this event, and to know that it's been well received, not just by the community, but also hospitals and doctors and practitioners in the space, is a really, really good space, really good feeling. It It feels rewarding. And we just know that we can go from strength to strength.
My name is Dr. George Xavier Love, and I'm here at the South Florida Fertility Expo. And you should be here next year.
In because I think her screen is a little frozen at the moment. So I'm just asking Marlene to log out and log back in. And while she's doing that, I'm just going to share with our viewers that the South Florida Fertility Expo is we're going to have a raffle prize after her presentation where we will talk and the prize is from an organization called Mira. And Mira has a product that can help you with your ovulation and determining when is your most fertile window for conception. And so we are also going to show a little presentation from them also. I also want to mention that we will be producing a fertility retreat for Labor Day weekend, which is August 29th to September 1st. There will be more details coming up. There'll be a QR code. We'll ask you to scan the QR code so you can share information about what you would like to experience at this fertility retreat. It will be hosted by myself and the lovely Joycelyn Gordon. It will be here in South Florida. Well, not quite South Florida, but here in Florida. And all the details are being worked out, but we think it's definitely a great time and opportunity for us to take the show on the road, as they will say, in order to give a hands-on approach to the journey. Because a lot of times at these conferences, webinars, we do a lot of talking. We tell a lot of stories and we share a lot of information. But sometimes you need that hands-on approach. You need to literally hug someone, tell them it's going to be okay, help them figure out different techniques, help them to reconnect with their partners. Sometimes going on vacation is all that it may take to help you reboost your love for the destination that you're going down this road with. So we definitely want individuals to participate or share with those who may want to participate around the country. Because we have enough time to get the word out and let individuals know of what we're doing here. So I do believe our next and final speaker for this afternoon is here. Please stand by. We do have a Spanish segment starting at 2:00. That will go on to, I think, 4:30. We have 4 speakers, 4 lovely ladies who'll be doing their presentations in Espanol. And so please feel free to share this link with your friends and family members who are from that community who may want to participate. So, Maestro, please, let's take us through to the lovely Marlene. Hey, Marlene. I cannot hear you, hon. I think we've got
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me
You're
now?
unmuted. Yes. I'd love
Okay,
to know you're
yay.
unmuted. You have so much to say. How are you? Happy Saturday.
Oh, happy Saturday. Thank you so much for having me. And I've been on all morning since the beginning. And of course, right when it's my turn, you said I'm frozen. I'm like, what happened?
Well, that's technology for you, but I'm just very grateful that you're able to join us today and share with us your story. Your topic of conversation is an intriguing one, my
Yes.
incompetent cervix. And your mind starts wondering, what is she talking about? My incompetent cervix. Now, I know what you're talking about, but other individuals on the outside who's listening to you for the first time may have no idea. So I'm going to let you take it away, and then I'll meet you at the end with some additional questions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much again, Michelle, for putting this on. I commend you for taking on such a heroic task, because planning anything, as we know, is never easy, and just making sure that you cover all the bases for the members of the infertility community is just very commendable. And I'm so very grateful for you for putting this on. So hi, everyone. My name is Marlene DeRosso. I have known Michelle since I met her at the 5th annual South Florida Fertility Expo. And at that expo, I've had the pleasure and opportunity to meet so many of the other young women and presenters that were on today. Miss Laura, Miss Sandra with Filling Empty Wombs, Dr. K, Dr. Hammond with the K Foundation, just everyone, and a pleasure of meeting all of the speakers here. So thank you all so much, and I'm happy to be here today. So like Michelle mentioned, I wanted to discuss something that a lot of times we often don't speak about. And as a matter of fact, I didn't even know this term existed. I didn't even know it was something that I needed to look out for. No one knew. So just like, between Dr. Taz and Joyson was saying, how many people ever even bring up infertility in your family? And of course, the resounding answer was, we never heard it. No one talks about it. So unbeknownst to us, we've now embarked on an infertility journey that not only do you not know how to approach it, you just never even thought you'd be there. So my infertility journey was coupled with something called incompetent cervix, which now I think the medical term is kind of changing to have it be called cervical insufficiency, because like a lot of you on here, I am a person of faith and I am a believer. So to deem a part of your body incompetent, you're like, well, I know God didn't make my cervix incompetent. What is that, right? But nonetheless, that was the term that was given to it. So I'm going to take a brief amount of minutes to talk about my story and then incorporate how incompetent cervix played a role in that, and just give out some information just to educate everyone out there a little bit more on incompetent cervix. So my fertility journey lasted from beginning to end about 15 years. Like Lulu, you get married and you just think you're going to have these children. And unbeknownst to us, it doesn't happen. It starts, to weigh on you, like, why hasn't this happened yet? And oftentimes as a young married couple or just a young person, you're not really necessarily thinking about kids right away. But you're just kind of doing having fun, living life. But in our case, it just didn't seem to happen for us. Now, I have to tell you that I, did get a lot of practice on raising children and working with children, in the sense that I'd always known that I wanted a big family. I had a lot of cousins. I used to babysit a lot of the times for people in my neighborhood. And also when I married my husband, he had my big son, is who I call him, Richard. He's been with me since a little before he turned 2. So I always call him my one baby who's given me no labor pains. And he's just such a joy. That's my heart. So my husband and I tried, and we eventually went to see a fertility doctor. We started off with IUIs, which are intrauterine insemination. And I want to say we had 5 cycles of IUI. But unfortunately, those cycles didn't take. We did not end up conceiving. We eventually graduated on to IVF. And luckily for us, after our first try with IVF, we found success and became pregnant. So needless to say, we were over the moon, totally excited. It was just wonderful. And the thing about this too, to add to the stigma and the shame, is that once our family and friends knew we were pregnant, no one knew that we were having a hard time. Everybody just figured, well, they aren't ready. And Marlene's always busy anyway. So when she has a chance, she'll, take time to have a baby. So no one knew we had an infertility issue. And I think especially the fact that my husband already had his son, Richard, no one really even questioned anything. They just figured we weren't ready, and we do it when we were ready. So when we finally got pregnant, we had that underlying extra excitement because it took us such a long time to get there, and the whole family was happy. Everyone was excited. Unbeknownst to us, I ended up having some difficulties, in the sense that I woke up one day and passed like a blood clot. And it was weird because I had no pain. I had, no symptoms, nothing. I just passed this clot and ended up going to the doctor. And fast forward, they told me basically my cervix was open. And she showed me a diagram in the doctor's office. It's like one of these medical diagrams that shows you what a uterus looks like and what your cervix is supposed to look like. And mine didn't look like that. She said I was already dilated 1 centimeter. And I'm like, okay, well, what does that mean? I don't understand. How does that happen? And at this point, I believe I was either 17 or 18 weeks, something along those lines. And that's when we went in for, kind of an emergency surgery where, again, this is the first time I'm hearing of this because I didn't know what they were going to do, what it meant. But they went into place what's called a cerclage. And the cerclage is something that's supposed to close your cervix and keep it closed. And the one that I did was a McDonald cerclage, where they go in vaginally and basically do like a purse string stitch and close your cervix. So at that point, I didn't think anything of it. And I'm still not necessarily worried. I'm just like, okay, is the baby okay? Because when you're going through infertility and you have to undergo IUI and IVF, one of the things that's special about that is that you get a lot of ultrasounds, right? And those ultrasounds, I know a lot of you can probably relate. They're so special because once you're able to see your baby, hear your baby, you just get reassured with this excitement. So for me, I kind of was naive to the severity of what was happening because in my brain, the baby was fine and that's all I cared about, right? So fast forward a little bit, they did the stitch and then I became really, really ill. Right after the surgery, I was in the hospital and the plan was in about, once I was stabilized, I was just going to go home and be basically on like a modified bed rest with this stitch until we got to the end of the pregnancy. Okay, not a problem. So that's not what happened. Okay, so I ended up being in the hospital until I delivered. I just developed contractions that never went away. Just was having fevers, things of that nature. And long story short, I ended up having to deliver our daughter at 22 weeks and 1 day. I named her Angel Grace. And the reason why I had to deliver her was they were doing continual blood testing. I was getting pricked and prodded maybe 3 to 4 times a day. That's a whole nother discussion for a whole nother day when you're on hospital bed rest. But one of those days, the blood and my urine came back extremely bad. And it was, I had to deliver the baby in order for me to survive. I had sepsis. And for those of you who don't know, sepsis is like a blood infection. So, I mean, it was just bad. The infectious disease doctor said the numbers that he saw, he hadn't seen that in such a long time. So it was a race against time. So they induced my labor. I ended up delivering my daughter vaginally, whole 9 yards, and a whole drama with the epidural. But again, that's a whole nother story for a whole nother day. And that's what kind of kicked off my quest to figure out what the hell happened. What the heck was this? Why is my cervix not working? How does this even happen? Like the already you're confused and just baffled by the fact that you're undergoing this infertility journey. And like a lot of people say, your goal is, okay, boom, I'm pregnant. Then it became, oh my gosh, not only do you pray and do the work and focus on getting pregnant, now I have to worry about staying pregnant too. Like, in what world is that fair? It was horrible. So we ended up having, like I said, delivering Angel Grace. And, I began my quest to try to figure out what happened, how to fix it, what to do next. After lots of therapy, my OB, hooked me up with a wonderful therapist. And it's really important to find a therapist that you can, be aligned with. And luckily for me, after meeting her for the first time, we clicked very well. And it was just really hard for me to process the loss. I was having a very, very difficult time because at that point, I was on the maternity floor, and to see how everyone got to go home with their babies, but I went home with a purple box. And it was just not a very, ideal situation. And yeah, so my therapist is really who helped me get through a lot of the post-traumatic stress from that loss. And finally, she also helped me get to the point where I knew when I was, ready to try again. So we mustered up the courage and the faith to try again. And the good thing is that my husband and I found success in our second IVF and ended up pregnant with our twins. And by now, the game plan was, as soon as I find out I'm pregnant, I had switched to a high risk OB. And as soon as we found out I'm pregnant, we were going to do the cerclage at 12 weeks, because normally by 12 weeks, they consider your pregnancy viable. So we did the cerclage surgery at 12 weeks. So in my brain, I'm just going to go on and continue with that pregnancy, because now we know what it is. Now I went in and had the surgery when I was 12 weeks pregnant with the boys. And that's it. Life will be great. No, that's not what happened. So even although I went now to get this cerclage, do you guys know that when I actually hit 22 weeks, and remember, 22 weeks is when I lost our daughter, 22 weeks and 1 day. In my twin pregnancy, I hit 22 weeks and I ended up in the hospital again. Wasn't feeling good and nothing hurt. I just felt weird. I felt weird and I felt like something. It's kind of like if you have to use the restroom, but then you don't have to use the restroom. It felt like something was in my vagina. So long story short, it was a Saturday. We ended up going to the hospital. The doctor came in. Everybody, looked at me. They checked. They do their speculum. My cervix was closed. My cervix was high. Okay, great. So he said, I'm going to send you home on, he goes, no, the next step is for you to do bed rest. But for me to know for sure that you rested, because remember, this was a Saturday. He says, for me to know for sure that you rested, I'm not sending you home to rest, because I know you're not going to sit down somewhere. And I'm an Aries, like some of the Taurus out there. Us Aries, we very strong-willed. And, well, maybe if I just go and take 2 steps, it won't be that bad, right? And I say that to say, just because as a woman, we always have 10,000 things going on. We try to be superwoman. We try to do it all. And sometimes when instruction is given to us for our benefit, in our effort to help other people and still maintain whatever, we sometimes go against it, which is, I'm learning now that that's no bueno, right? So the doctor said in order... Okay. So the doctor said, in order for me to know for sure that, you're on bed rest, they kept me in the hospital.
Hi, I'm Marco with Flexx TV. Did you know you can watch Flexx TV on any Roku or Fire Stick television?
Oh, okay, yes, I'm almost done. Okay, sorry. So in that case, the doctor said for me to make sure that you didn't go anywhere, I stayed in the hospital, and then he would give me a check again on the following Monday. So Monday morning rolled around 9 o'clock in the morning. So that means I've been in the hospital, didn't leave my bed. The nurses took care of me, bedpan if I needed to use the restroom, all of that. And Monday morning came in 9 o'clock and he had some students. He asked me permission. If the students can witness, great, no problem. Everybody can see. Everybody sees my stuff anyway, because when you're going under infertility, your legs are always propped open and everybody's trying to figure things out. But that's another story. Okay, so yeah. And then I saw the look on the doctor's face when he checked me. And he said he doesn't understand. And I was already dilated 2 centimeters. And mind you, this is Monday morning at 9. I went in Saturday afternoon, 2 o'clock. Didn't leave, didn't do anything. And remember when they checked me at 2, well, when I went into the hospital, my cervix was high, my cervix was closed. So what happened between Saturday and Monday? So I guess in my brain, that discomfort I was feeling, I guess, is my cervix opening. So at that point I freaked out because it was exactly 22 weeks. So now all of the emotions, all of the psychological effects, everything just came rushing back to me. And the fear set in that I would lose my babies. How could this be happening again? I just don't understand. And mind you guys, I have a cerclage. So now I think, well, if I'm dilated with the cerclage, what's going to happen to my cervix? Is it going to rip? Then that means I can't try. Like, it was just horrible. And because I got so freaked out, I started having contractions, and I went in with no contractions. So I started having contractions, and my doctor had to give me what they call the come to Jesus talk, and said, listen, I know this is hard, but you're going to have to try and remain calm, because I want to be able to help you, and we have a plan to help you, but you can't, the way you are is now manifesting in your body, so we can't do anything for you. So then I felt guilty and cried even more, because now it's my fault that I can't start the help as soon as I could get the help. So I was able to relax. They gave me some medication. And on Tuesday morning, I went in for another surgery to remove the old cerclage, close me back up with, with the new placement. And long story short, my cervix had failed me again. I ended up being in the hospital until I delivered the boys at 26 weeks and 1 day. So needless to say, they were micro preemies, and they had a 4-month NICU stay. And that's a whole nother video for a whole nother day. A lot of parts of our stories can be to be continued, right? So that's ended up what happening with my cervix again. And thank goodness the boys are doing great. It was a pretty tough time in the beginning, but they're okay. And then fast forward, the last part of my cerclage, one of the things that we had was a frozen embryo. And it's really tricky because you want to be able to decide, what you're going to do. So my husband and I ended up doing another cycle. This is fast forward 5 years. And before we decided to do the cycle, I really started to deep dive and do research on the incompetent cervix. And I found out about a abdominal cerclage. It's something that was very much more invasive compared to the vaginal cerclage. So a lot of people didn't really talk about it or provide it as an option because it was a big surgery. And what they do with the abdominal cerclage is, instead of going in vaginally to place the cerclage, they have to do it laparoscopically, and they go above your ligaments in your uterus by your leg. And basically, if this is your uterus here, normally with the vaginal cerclage, they have to go here to try to place it, but you can only get so far because you run into ligaments. So what they do with the abdominal, they do it laparoscopically, and they go in and sew the uterus up here. So at the base of your uterus, the top of the cervix is where they place the stitch, and they have to move your bladder. It's like a big surgery. So that's what I ended up doing. And with that type of surgery, you have to have a C-section to deliver, because there's no way that the baby can pass through your vaginal canal. So with that, thank goodness, with my transabdominal cerclage, we were able to successfully carry my last baby, also a baby boy, through my scheduled C-section at 38 weeks and 1 day. So that's my journey with the use of the cerclage and incompetent cervix. And it's just something that I want to make sure I talk about. And Michelle, if I may, I know it's already 1:20, but I just need a few more minutes to talk about the statistics on cerclages and what women who are trying to conceive, or even if you know other women in your family. Like, I'm a big advocate now to talk to my nieces, my friends, whoever I can find, before pregnancy, during pregnancy. And I try to approach it in a way as to not scare them, but it's one of the things that I do as a, advocate, and people are going into appointments, giving them those questions, to ask and what to look for. And definitely having their cervix checked is one of those things that I make sure people do, because it really is a scary feeling knowing that you're pregnant and you're just walking around living your life, and then you're thinking, oh my gosh, my baby may fall out. Like, that's it's a very daunting experience to think about and to go through. So with that, I want to kind of just go over a few stats here. Incompetent cervix, which is now also called cervical insufficiency, it occurs when weak cervical tissue causes or contributes to premature birth or the loss of an otherwise healthy pregnancy. So you see, it helps to contribute to premature birth or the loss of an otherwise healthy pregnancy. And with both of my stories, that was the case. The premature birth was as a result of the incompetent cervix for my twins, and the loss of an otherwise pregnancy was my first pregnancy. The other thing is how do you get incompetent cervix? Like what is that? So cervical incompetence, it can be acquired or it can be congenital. The most congenital cause is a defect in when the embryo was developing with their Mullerian ducts. So in the formation of an embryo, this is before you're even born. Sometimes if you do have congenital incompetent cervix issues, it's from when you were born, something that you may not even know. And a lot of times it may be acquired if, for instance, gynecologically, we go to have tests done. So let's say you have a pap smear and your pap smear comes back abnormal. And a lot of the times what the doctor suggests is, a leak procedure or any type of procedure on your cervix that may cause, future weakening of the muscles of the cervix. Okay. Incompetent cervix, it happens in about 1 to 2% of pregnancies. So although that's not a big number, it doesn't lessen the impact that a woman has when they experience incompetent cervix. And also almost 25% of babies are miscarried in the second trimester as a result of the incompetent cervix. So once we hit that second trimester, which is after the 12 to 14 month mark, that's when, if you have an incompetent cervix issue, it'll start to manifest itself. Can someone tell if they have incompetent cervix? Normally, cervical insufficiency, it frequents itself with no symptoms, right? You don't really, like in both cases that I was telling you guys, I don't know if it's just like a womanly instinct, but I had no pain. You just feel uncomfortable. I don't even know how to describe it. I can probably do a deep dive later on to talk about it, but you have no symptoms. There's no pain. There's no, in my case, the first time I had a blood clot, and it was just a blood clot. There was no extra blood coming out or anything. It was just that. So during the second trimester of pregnancy, the most common sign of incompetent cervix is painless cervical dilation and bulging of the fetal membranes. Expectant mothers, on the other hand, are unable to feel this at all. And that was my case. You don't feel it. Okay. And outside of the cerclage being used as a treatment for incompetent cervix, one of the other options that is provided is the use of progesterone. And during a fertility cycle, the progesterone also helps to nourish the pregnancy and give you that extra boost of hormones that the baby needs. But progesterone is also used with the cervical incompetence. With my second pregnancy, the one that I carried all the way to 38 weeks in one day, I was getting weekly progesterone and oil injections because that would help quiet down my uterus, make sure it stayed quiet so I didn't have any extra contractions or anything that would contribute to or potentially contribute to my cervix wanting to open up. And just so you know, the cervical cerclage, it helps to prevent miscarriage or premature labor that's caused by the incompetent cervix. And the procedure is usually 85 to 95% successful. So that's the cervical cerclage, the vaginal one. And the one that I have, which is the transabdominal cerclage, to me, that one is 99.9% effective, right? Because there is no issues with that one. That cervix is not bulging. It's not going anywhere. However, it is a greater risk when you have the abdominal one. So that's something that you please have to speak with your medical provider. And I will tell you that with the abdominal cerclage, some of the providers don't really want women to do it, or they kind of give you a different option because they feel like the vaginal one should suffice. But that's where the advocacy for yourself comes into play, because my first pregnancy, I had no cerclage. The second pregnancy, I had 2 cerclages. They still didn't work. So imagine going into a third pregnancy with the thinking that you're going to lose your baby. The fear alone will cause that stress that then can lead to you having, issues altogether. So Those were just a few of the items that I wanted to talk about as it relates to incompetent cervix. So it's very important to, when you get pregnant, talk to your doctor, or even before you get pregnant. If you're having to have follow-up procedures that involve your cervix, talk to the practitioner. Ask them how they're going to go in. Is there a way that they can, give you meds to dilate the cervix if you're going to have a LEEP or a hysteroscopy or laparoscopy surgery? Because sometimes they mechanically open up the cervix so that they can put the instrument in and look, which is also important. But how does that affect you down the line? And then talk to your family members, right? Mom, auntie, cousin. Did anyone have issues with their cervix, growing up? And the last thing I want to add is, just to say how we have to break the silence, break the stigma, and talk about this stuff, because you never know how you may be impacting and helping someone else.
Thank you so much, Marlene. We have a really quick question before we wrap up. How common is this incompetent cervix? Because I've never heard of it before, so until you shared with me. So tell me, how common is this condition?
The incompetent cervix occurs in about 1% to 2% of pregnancies. Now, what that looks like in the different demographics, I'm not sure, but I can tell you that I think that it's more common than we think, because the older I'm getting and I'm thinking back to my childhood, I do remember one of my aunts, my uncle's wife. I remember every time she got pregnant, she couldn't do anything. I think I was 8 or 9 at the time, and it's always, oh no, auntie is pregnant. She just has to lay there. So it was my joy, because my goal was to go over there and help. And she had an older son. I would help with my cousins. Like, it wasn't an issue. But the more I think about it, I'm like, that's probably what she had. Right? Where the doctors told her no heavy lifting, she can't work, maybe the sofa to the bathroom to the bed. Like that's what I remember her routine was until she was able to have the baby. So it is something that I think is more common than we know, but talking about it and sharing our experiences will help, and also asking questions as well as it relates to your cervix.
Awesome. So thank you so much, Marlene. And I mean, again, it's a topic that I'm not familiar with, and I'm sure a lot of people are not familiar with. But like you said, we've seen these symptoms where pregnant ladies are unable to work, unable to lift, unable to do anything, and they're given complete bed rest and considered a high risk. And so in this day and age, I think it's important for us to be informed so that we can educate. I think I'd be curious to know, what are some of the early symptoms? Are there things that we're doing to our bodies that bring it on as an onset? You made reference to your grandmother or your aunt back in Haiti, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, could it be a case where, women back then were working really hard and they're lifting heavy things? And because I remember growing up, I would always be told, don't lift anything too heavy. Let the boys lift it. You're going to hurt yourself. And now I'm wondering if those are some of the actions that are connected right back to this official description of an incompetent cervix. I like the name incompetent cervix versus the other one. I think it's more, in your face.
Right.
So tell me, do you think, are there things that we're doing or as women that can bring on this sort of condition?
I have to tell you that my mom was really big when I was younger on not lifting or doing things that are too strenuous, because believe it or not, it affects when you're straining with your organs and things like that. But I don't think it's anything that we do or have done, because the more I read about it, some of the people who end up with incompetent cervix are children of women in the baby boom time, the baby boomers, that had to take a particular medication for nausea. So when they were pregnant, like let's say my mom is a baby boomer. And if she had nausea, they found that, I don't remember the name of the medication that they prescribed for those women back then that just had the bad case of nausea. We're finding that in taking that medication, it affected those glands when the baby was forming, in their body. So that may cause incompetent cervix. It's one of the textbook reasons if it's congenital. So that means it's part of their makeup versus something they did physically. And in terms of just us being more healthy, I think that educating ourselves is important, because a lot of times we go to the doctor and they need to go in vaginally to do whatever the heck it is that they're doing. But now I'm finding that we don't really know what all that means. You see instruments, cling, clang, cling, you can hear them and everything, but what are they pulling? What are they tugging on? What are they moving? So just asking questions on, if I have to have this procedure done, how does it affect, or is there any impact on my cervix down the line? So physically, I don't think it's anything we've done, because the cervix in itself has to be triggered, like hormones and certain things have to be in place for it to softly dilate, kind of like when you're ready to give birth. I'm not a doctor, guys, but your brain signals certain things, and then the cervix automatically, softens up and opens up. I think it's more of that type of nature versus something physically, but I think having a more healthier lifestyle will definitely help. And I know Laura is really big on natural fertility and different things that we can do and consume to help. So anything I think more in terms of natural, in terms of what we ingest and what we put into our bodies, I think will help strengthen it. And just being more mindful of any any vaginal procedures that may involve the use of the cervix, and and trying to find out. Remember I was telling you about asking your parents, because I had to go ask my mom after I find out, Mom, did you take any medication for nausea when you were pregnant with me? And she goes, no, because she had no nausea. And it's so funny how everybody is different, because my big sister, she was sick for every single pregnancy. She has 5 kids. I have to tell you, ladies, when I tell you no nausea, never threw up, never. That's why when I tell you all of a sudden I don't feel good. So what I worry about, and also to answer your question, Michelle, something else that women can look for if they're pregnant is maybe increased discharge. And again, it won't have a smell, it doesn't have a color, but it's just you're discharging a lot. Sometimes that's a symptom, right? Or an indicator that something's going on with your uterus, because pregnancy causes a lot of discharge, or more than normal anyway. But if you feel a way about it, definitely go get it checked out. But I don't think it's anything physical that we've done.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for that education.
Yes.
And information. Definitely has me thinking a lot, just about the journey in general and all the things that we as women have to go through.
Right.
Hope these kids realize the fight we had to go through to make them come into the world.
Yes.
So that being said, Marlene, I would like to thank you. And so I'll tell our guests, please stand by. We're going to have a brief presentation by one of our sponsors, Mira. We're going to talk a little bit about their product, what they're doing, and it's basically going to tell us a little bit about our raffle prize, so that those of us who are seeing these ads popping up on social media can understand what it's all about. And we do have one as a raffle prize for us here today. So
I wanted to add, Michelle, if it's okay, people can reach me on my website, www.mcdbe.com, and my IG at mcdbe.com. And I also wrote a book about my journey. It'll happen by 30. The book is here to serve as a resource for anybody else that's on their own journey. And I'm here to help women who are in families, men who are on the family building journey. So reach out to me and, we'll go from there. Thank you for that.
Awesome. Thank you, Marlene. Yes. Maestro, take it away. I think I'm Maestro.
Hi, I'm Rose McKenzie, the Medical Affairs Specialist at Mira and a fertility coach at Mira. I'm glad that I can tell you today how Mira might be a tool that might help you to reach your fertility goals. The goal here at Mira is to provide you the ability to monitor your hormones from the convenience of your home. We can do that by tracking your hormones with an easy at-home monitor. By testing your urine metabolites, you're able to monitor your ovulation, finding your fertile window, monitoring hormone imbalances. And we can do that easily at home because the analyzer tracks from urine samples. So to begin, it's very simple. You wake up in the morning, collect your urine, you dip the wand into your urine sample for 20 seconds, and then you insert the wand into the analyzer and it begins a countdown. In 21 minutes, the results are automatically resulted on the front of your analyzer, and it will Bluetooth into your phone app. Now we have multiple hormones that you can track with our analyzer. You can track with a Fertility Plus wand, which is LH and estrogen. And you'll notice here it says E3G. That means the urine metabolite of estrogen. We also have Max wands, which track LH, E3G, and PDG, which is the urine metabolite of progesterone. And then we have an Ovum wand, which can track your FSH levels. To get started, you simply purchase an analyzer and a pack of wands, and you begin testing. When you begin testing in your app, you will notice that the results start to appear with each day. So in this example, we can see the woman started testing on cycle day 6, and the data points appear. The black lines are estrogen, or E3G, turquoise is LH, and purple is progesterone, or PDG. You can see that the E3G starts to rise as we're approaching ovulation. We then see the trigger of LH. That's telling your ovary to release the ripe egg. And then we have the high progesterone that confirms ovulation happened. So with this, you can see the full hormone cycle. You can see the interaction between the hormones to very easily see where ovulation is. You can see where your fertile window, and you can confirm ovulation did occur. One of the huge benefits to Mira is you have access to all the raw data as soon as the result appears on the analyzer. You can Bluetooth that right into your phone app. The phone app will graph it for you, and our AI-powered algorithms will interpret the data to help make predictions on when ovulation is occurring and when your next period may occur. As soon as the results are available in your app, they're also available to your provider if you share it with them on the free dashboard. So providers that have set up our dashboard, they can see the data with you during your visit or on a telemedicine visit, or if you were doing a follow-up consultation with a provider, they can see the real-time data as well. That's super helpful if you have your treatment plan changing after ovulation, for example. The patient can see when, the patient and the provider can see when ovulation occurs and change your treatment based on that. We also want to explain quickly how we're fundamentally different than other things on the market. So Mira is truly the only at-home fertility monitor that gives you quantitative results. And we're able to provide that because we use a type of technology called immunofluorescent. Immunofluorescent is a fancy word for the same type of technology that laboratories use. And so think of it as your own mini lab at home in the palm of your hand. You obtain all the raw data, and that underlying hormone pattern can mean so much. You might be someone who's tried other technologies on the market and you get frustrated by trying to read the lines or seeing if this is a true positive. We really take away the stress from you having to read it because the analyzer does the interpretations. Another benefit is this data is the newest technology on the market. So it is above and beyond other things that use technology called nanogold. Nanogold is obviously perfectly good technology. It's been around for a long time, but immunofluorescent is that higher technology that gives you the ability to see that quantitative hormones at home, just like a laboratory reader would do. And that can become really important because we know that every woman's hormones are different, and so we're not relying on manufacturer's thresholds or having you read a line that's darkening or fading away. We're able to find your full fertility window and hormone pattern because we see that pattern happening from day to day, and you're able to, again, see the interaction between the hormones. So let's compare how our technology is different than maybe tracking with traditional LH test strips. So on the top right, you can see a healthy cycles. This is a very common LH surge where this woman would have found positive LH test strips on cycle day 16 and 17. You can see with our technology, not only can we see that same positive LH, but we have 3 data points within that curve. So we see where the LH is rising, where it climaxes, and where it declines. That makes a big difference because we have found that most women ovulate about 10 to 12 hours after the climax of their LH. And so you can pinpoint even closer where ovulation is likely occurring. And so again, this patient likely would have found positive LH test strips perfectly fine because her levels were in normal range and over the course of 2 days. But if we look at someone whose hormone pattern may be less than ideal, such as PCOS, we can see in this bottom right example, we have a patient that their LH surge was very suppressed. So it did occur, and we can see that with our technology. This patient likely would not have found positive LH test strips because the LH level was very low. So in this small biphasic pattern, the ovary was triggered, and we can see ovulation occurred because we see high progesterone after. Whereas this patient, if she was tracking with other technologies, might not have been able to find that LH surge. So when we look at this hormone pattern, I do have to admit that it's not ideal. She does have PCOS, and there's some other things we could work on, but we would be able to confirm she is having an LH surge, and it is ovulatory as evidenced by high progesterone, and it confirmed that that LH surge caused an ovulation. So as you can see, our technology can be that missing piece in your puzzle if you've been struggling to track your hormones, find ovulation, and see if you have any underlying hormone issues. So why might you commit to Mira? I've already said, you don't have to read any lines. There's no fading lines, darkening lines. You can see the interaction between all of the hormones. But the next thing is monitoring progress. So as you're going through and trying to maybe change lifestyle, diet, exercise, and you want to know, is this helping my cycle or is this having a negative effect? By monitoring cycle from one cycle to the next, very easily at home, you can see, are we making good progress? Are we reaching the goal that we want to? Such as maybe you're trying to lower your estrogen levels or improve your progesterone. You're able to see that, again, the whole cycle worth of data, and then compare back to previous cycles. And your provider can also view this data and make personalized treatment recommendations or changes based on how you're responding. So we really have become an ideal option for anyone with a hormone imbalance or suspected hormone imbalance. And a key example is PCOS, but other hormone imbalances as well. If you have unexplained infertility, you're trying to track your fertility returning after a miscarriage, you're trying to conceive, or if you're simply trying to understand your hormones better and you're trying to improve your overall health, Mira can be a key to obtaining better health. One benefit to patients using Mira is you can use your HSA, FSH funds. And if you have an insurance plan that will cover it, such as some providers like Maven and Carrot, you can have your product be covered. And of course, you can be following Mira's website to look for discounts and sales. So just some quick interesting facts about us. We do have thousands of users across the globe, and our self-reported or people using our product reported conception rate is 89% of our users conceive within 6 cycles. That's an amazing statistic, but to me, honestly, the statistic that's most surprising and reassuring is the PCOS. So we know people who struggle with PCOS have a lower conception rate at about 20 to 25%. By tracking with Mira, we can increase that PCOS conception rate to 55%. So we've more than doubled that percent, because with people with PCOS can then find their ovulation. They can see the underlying hormone pattern. They can improve that by lifestyle modifications and work with their provider to really balance their hormones so they have a better chance of conception and lower their miscarriage rates. Thank you again for letting me tell you all about Mira. I hope that you consider using our product to reach your fertility goals, to understand your hormones. And again, thank you for listening.
So thank you, Mira, for donating one of your devices to this event. And we will be pulling that raffle prize at the very end of this program so that our visitors, our guests can stay on board and not try and get the product and run away. Stay with us to the very end, indeed. I actually wonder how these devices or this particular device is supporting, you know, obviously it supports the individual on their journey. And for doctors, I sometimes I think they really don't like when we are empowering ourselves, because when we do empower ourselves, it's like we walk into their office and say, well, according to Google or according to my device, my FSH is blah blah blah. I sometimes feel like they don't always want to embrace this technology that is coming forward. But it's definitely necessary for us as individuals to empower ourselves so that we can be more vocal at the table and not be overwhelmed when we're given the information. So kudos to the team at Mira. I wish I knew about this product before now. I'm sure it would have assisted me greatly as I planned out my optimal time for conception versus when it wasn't optimal time. And I think couples who are definitely pursuing this journey should work together on figuring out when is the best time to get busy and where. So I would like to just inform everyone before we bring up our next host, which is the lovely Laura Segroy. Laura will be taken over from here onwards. But I do want us to, I would like to invite Laura to talk about her business and what she does. But also, I'd like our maestro to just play a little video that I shared with him regarding our fertility retreat. And I'm just going to ask everyone to scan the QR code that is on this little video. And then I'm going to talk a little bit more about that before Laura comes on the stage. So, Maestro, are you able to do that? Like the music. Please scan the QR code. Thank you, Maestro. I'd just like our visitors and guests to know that this event will be taking place for Labor Day weekend, and it's open to couples, singles, and anyone who's interested in having a hands-on connection in regards to their fertility journey. It will be hosted by myself and a lovely certified fertility coach. And basically, if you scan the QR code, you share your information, and we'll work out all the details that's going to apply to you. And so we're excited about that. We're evolving with the expo, moving into other events and other opportunities to do outreach, and it's definitely needed. So, with that being said, our next guest and host for the next segment is the lovely Laura. Hi, Laura. I think you're muted.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Thank you to all the amazing speakers. What a great effort. What a great day. I'm so grateful to be here. I want to see, yeah, that works. I want to make sure you see me centered in I know it could be distracting. So thank you again. Voy a empezar a hablar en español. Es muy importante para mí que estemos teniendo esta parte en español, este Spanish track, que venimos trabajando en eso desde el 2022, en la última South Florida Fertility Expo en persona. Entonces, me da mucho gusto que se esté cumpliendo este deseo, tanto del South Florida Fertility Expo como de Kate Foundation, como de todos nosotros, de tener más información en español sobre este tema. Yo soy Laura Sgroit, estoy en Instagram como Fertilidad con Laura. Tengo un caso exitoso de fertilidad natural después de haber sido diagnosticada con reserva ovárica disminuida, Diminished Ovarian Reserve en English. Era a los 32 años, tenía una MH de 0.03 y un FSH de 31. Entonces, las personas que están familiarizadas con estos números, con estas estadísticas, pueden saber que era muy poco probable que tuviera niños, y gracias a un diagnóstico muy claro de mi clínica de fertilidad y gracias a el protocolo que creé, pude lograr concebir, no solamente concebir, sino tener un embarazo muy cuidado y tener un parto muy fácil y rápido y lactar por 4 años. Entonces, puedo decir que fue un éxito total. Estoy muy entusiasmada con compartir esta información hoy en este South Florida Fertility Expo virtual. La virtualidad es un tema que acompaña a la fertilidad mucho porque todavía muchas personas no están listas para compartir esta información cara a cara. Sabemos que es a veces doloroso, todavía es doloroso para mí hablar de todo esto, pero mientras estemos conversando juntos, vamos en este viaje caminando juntos y nos sirve no solo como información y conocimiento, sino como empoderamiento y esperanza. Así que muchísimas gracias por la oportunidad. Hoy vamos a presentar varias speakers en español. Tenemos un grupo muy valioso, al igual que estuvo en inglés. Tenemos muy buenas ideas, muy buenos consejos, mucho apoyo emocional. Y sin más de todo esto, les quiero contar que vamos a estar explorando temas como la parte emocional con nuestra psicóloga Lucila Comito, a quien conocimos en el 2022 en Miami Lakes, en el South Florida Fertility Expo. También vamos a estar hablando de conocer nuestro cuerpo con el método sintotérmico y así alcanzar una mayor fertilidad con nuestra amiga y colega Eva Mariana Garro de Habba Fem. Vamos a estar hablando con una persona que tiene una historia muy cercana a nuestros corazones. Es una persona que estuvo transitando el camino de la infertilidad a través de su pareja y que luego tuvo la bendición de lograr concebir en base a un donante de esperma. Y hoy presenta su historia por primera vez en español. Es Christy Carlson. Gracias, Marlene, por traerla a nuestro grupo. Gracias por conectarnos con este grupo de mujeres maravillosas. Y qué bueno que este año no solo celebramos el Fertility Expo, honramos la semana de la concienciación sobre la infertilidad aquí en los Estados Unidos y además estamos celebrando el triunfo de Michelle y su bebé Michiko, así que es el primer South Florida Fertility Expo, que tiene a mi chico aquí, y sé que va a ser parte de su misión en la vida, el compartir este mensaje por siempre. Entonces, sin más, les puedo decir, voy aquí a confirmar que estemos todos listos. Vamos a estar al final del programa, vamos a estar rifando el Mira Fertility Max Starter Kit, que gracias a nuestros patrocinadores van a tener este dispositivo en casa donde pueden analizar sus hormonas de una manera conveniente, exacta, en casa, y tener al mismo tiempo data a la mano que les permita no solo tomar mejores decisiones, sino compartirla más claramente con sus doctores. Tienen acceso a coaches a través de Mira Fertility, tienen también vitaminas, suplementos, así que muy atentos hacia el final de esta jornada porque vamos a tener la rifa. En este momento les puedo contar que vamos a empezar con el aspecto emocional. Vamos con todo. Voy a confirmar que estamos listos con la presentación. Unos minutitos nada más. Vamos, Lucila. Michelle, if we go directly to the presenter, do they share their screen or they send it to, they share and they handle everything?
And our maestro will do the intro, and then they'll be on the screen.
Okay, good. So I'm going to share the name on the chat for the maestro.
Well, the maestro has the run of show, so he knows who's next.
Okay, so Lucila Comito, that would be our first speaker. She's online and she will be presenting as soon as we give her the get-go. I see her. So Lucila Comito nos acompaña desde Argentina, es una licenciada en psicología, especialista en los temas de fertilidad, maternidad y sobre todo la ansiedad que generan estos temas, no solo en la mujer, sino también en la pareja y en la familia como tal. Tan pronto estemos listos para acompañarlas. Lucila, do I see you?
Okay, so our maestro, can you do our intro, please?
She's waiting for admission.
Huh.
Do you see her?
Mm. No, we saw her just now.
Yeah. It says, yes, it says she's waiting.
Okay. She looks frozen.
Yeah. Can you hear us, Lucila? Wait a second. I'm texting with her. Thank you. Gracias a todos por su paciencia. Thank you all for your patience. We'll be editing this part for sure. Okay, do we see her?
Yeah, we just saw her.
Yeah, thank you, Marlene. Let me tell her that again.
She might need to log out and log back in.
Perfecto. Gracias, Lucila.
Estoy, por suerte.
Ok, excelente.
Bueno, buenas tardes. No escuché tu presentación.
Buenas tardes, no te preocupes. Decía yo que nos acompañas desde Argentina, que
Sí,
te
sí,
conocimos en el South Florida Fertility Expo en el 2022, que
sí.
estuviste acá, y que has mantenido contacto y que a hoy vas a presentar temas como una guía emocional en el camino a la fertilidad, que eres un especialista en el acompañamiento a personas en procesos de maternidad, fertilidad y sobre todo en la parte del manejo de la ansiedad de este proceso. Gracias por
Exacto,
estar con
sí. La
nosotros.
verdad es que estoy muy agradecida, como dice Laura y a Michelle, de este encuentro, de dejarme participar. Es un honor para mí. He ido presencialmente a la Expo, que me pareció un espacio espectacular brindado para los pacientes y parejas. Y bueno, ahora nos tocó estar conectados, por suerte, del otro lado del océano, pero acá estamos, todo se puede.
Sí,
Así que
así
bueno,
es.
voy
Así
a
es.
compartir mi presentación.
Por favor.
Eh, sí, esperen que voy ahí. Bueno, ahí está. Bueno, yo le puse guía emocional hacia la fertilidad, porque como dijo Laura, que acá, bueno, vamos a saltear un poquito la presentación, bueno, sobre mí, mi nombre es Lucila Comito, principalmente soy mamá de Juanjito de 7 años e Isabela de 5. Bueno, soy psicóloga especialista en fertilidad, procesos reproductivos, maternidad y también soy grafóloga. Ahí está la foto de mis niños y yo embarazada y cuando me recibí, así que dije primero mamá porque fue lo que más me costó, digamos. Y bueno, a través de esa búsqueda de 3 años que no había causa aparente y después llegó con estimulación y control y todo el nene y después llegó la nena, fue que alentó a mi curiosidad a poder ayudar a otras parejas a tener herramientas, abordajes y conocimientos para poder transitar este camino de una mejor manera, ¿no es cierto? Eso fue lo que me incentivó a poder estar más presente en estos temas. Primero, en principal, quiero leer la definición de salud mental, que la fui, digamos, complementando con un montón de cosas que me parece muy importante porque la mayoría de la gente le da mucha importancia a la salud física solamente y tenemos que saber que el ser humano es un todo y está integrado por muchas partes. Y la parte de salud mental es un pilar fundamental para poder tener un bienestar general e integral, ¿sí? Entonces, como salud mental vamos a decir que es un estado de bienestar mental que permite que las personas tengan un equilibrio entre los aspectos psicológicos, físicos, sociales y vinculares, porque también la relación y la calidad de nuestros vínculos hacen a cómo se siente el ser humano. Es la capacidad para amar, para trabajar y tomar decisiones, como también la habilidad para resolver situaciones de salud en general. La salud mental es una prioridad, tenemos que saber y dejarlo en claro. La guía emocional para la fertilidad, en la cual vamos a tener aspectos emocionales, físicos, existenciales, energéticos, espirituales y vinculados en cuenta para poder ver cómo vamos a trazar una línea de decir, bueno, ¿cómo me paro yo frente a un diagnóstico? ¿Cómo me paro frente a un tratamiento? ¿Y cómo voy a desarrollar estrategias de afrontamiento y tener esa guía para entender qué es lo que le está pasando a cada paciente, a cada persona en particular, porque cada historia es única? Bueno, fertilidad consciente. Primero, ¿por qué le digo fertilidad consciente? Porque es importante abrazar y maternar la fertilidad desde una forma nueva de conciencia, teniendo un compromiso y una responsabilidad frente a lo que está ocurriendo, ¿no? Y comprender y conocer el proceso. Los pacientes que no tienen información o no han tenido una experiencia previa compartida con algún familiar o amigo, no saben cómo transitar el camino. Entonces, poder tener un conocimiento y poder comprender el proceso de antemano es muy enriquecedor. Yo los llamo los fertipasos, ¿no? Porque, bueno, son pasos de fertilidad para saber qué es lo que puede pasar, qué es la expectativa, qué es lo que puede suceder, ¿no es cierto? Los posibles caminos a transitar y a conocer. Punto número 1, me parece importante aclarar que cuando una pareja, después de haber transcurrido un tiempo prudente, de haber buscado un embarazo sin haber logrado el resultado deseable de forma natural, toma la decisión de ir a una clínica de fertilidad, ¿no? No tener miedo a dar este paso, porque la clínica de fertilidad es una puerta que se abre, si no es que no es el último recurso, sino que al revés, ¿no? Da muchas posibilidades a las parejas. Y en cuanto tiene que ver esto es poder elegir un profesional adecuado, que la pareja o la mujer tengan empatía con ese profesional, conocer el laboratorio, digamos, el detrás de escena, saber si está a la vanguardia o no, y todo lo que tiene que ver con la escucha y la comprensión, ¿no? Sentirse comprendidos por ese profesional. Realizar pruebas físicas necesarias, que ya las conocemos, pero las podemos repetir, digamos, a modo general, que tienen que ver con el factor femenino y el factor masculino, ¿no? Como ecografía transvaginal, recuento folicular, hormona antimuleriana, dosaje hormonal para la mujer, y para el hombre, bueno, espermograma, cultivo de semen.